Good evening. I'd like to call to order the January 28th, 2025 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Kyle Waters.
Present.
Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
Amanda Skyer.
Here.
James Murphy.
Here.
Gerald Bucksbaum. Here. Peggy Marker. Let the record reflect that Jeffrey Sheldon is not present.
You have to press the button to put your mic on.
Okay. We now move on to approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. So the deferral was in the published agenda, correct, for 155 Pershing Way?
155 was in the published agenda,
Okay.
but the other two for 4147th Street and 3618 Spruce Avenue were not on the published agenda, so we need to announce it.
Okay, so we have two new continuances that we need to announce to anyone here that they might not be aware of. Okay, so 401 47th Street or 3618 Spruce Avenue have both been deferred to next month if you are here for either of those meetings. So any changes from members of the board to the agenda? Okay, can we have a motion to approve with those two modifications, please?
I move to approve the agenda for tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting as noted.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We now move on to approval of the minutes from the December 18th meeting. Any changes to the minutes as presented in your packet? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve?
I approve the minutes of the December 18th Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We now move on to the report of the Historic Preservation staff, not planner.
Temporary. Good evening, board members. Ana Maria Ponte, Assistant Development Services Director. Today we have two announcements. I want to introduce our new board member. Peggy Marker is our new board member. Peggy, welcome. Thank you for volunteering and serving in the Historic Preservation Board. Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Peggy Marker. My background is construction and historic restoration. I have 3 kids, a husband, I don't know how detailed you want to know, a dog.
Thank you very much. And I also want to let you know that we are making some progress on the staff perspective. We did an interview for the Historic Preservation Planner, and we have an offer for that position. I cannot tell you who it is yet because we have not completed the background check and has not been finalized, but I hope we're gonna have that new person probably for the March meeting. In the meantime, we are continuing searching for the city's historic preservation planner, so that position is still open. And then we have right now contracted services of Aaron Born-Graber. He's the principal planner of A Square Planning LLC. This is a firm that was founded in 2024 and specializes in historic preservation and planning. Aaron has a master in urban planning with an advanced certification in historic preservation from the University of Buffalo. He has 8 years of experience with local government and have worked for different municipalities. And most important, he used to work for the city of West Palm Beach. So he was the city historic preservation planner from 2018 to 2021. So he is familiar with our district, is familiar with the regulation, and he has been such a great help for us, helping us to keep things moving during these months. So we are doing regularly Zoom meetings with him. He is remote, so we do Zoom meetings with him. We send the information, and he helps us with the technical part that we do not have the expertise. So that has been super helpful for this transition. We are hoping to retain his services even when the historic preservation planner starts, if the new person starts, so we can get a better transition not relying on non-experts like me. So that's good. That's all I have for today, this morning.
Well, you've been doing a wonderful job, and I'm glad you have some support.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to remarks by the chairperson, and welcome. We're delighted to have you. Thank you for lending your expertise and your time to this board. The matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we base our decisions on substantial competent evidence that comes before us. Please keep this in mind while speaking. For each case, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation for 10 minutes. They will be allotted an additional 5 minutes if there's a demolition involved. Following the applicant's presentation, staff will have their opportunity to present, and following their presentation, we will open it to public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. And you will need to fill out a comment card, which is available in the room just outside there if you have not already done so. And after public comment, if there is any, the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Following rebuttal, we will go into executive session where we will render our decision. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we've had any conversations outside of this meeting, and we will now declare ex parte communications. If you could start us off. So we typically start from that side of the dais and then work our way down. So in your packet, you have a card.
Okay.
Yes.
I have not had any ex parte communications. Do I just go through this whole thing?
Yes, so you state your name for
I,
the
Peggy
record.
Marker, have not had any ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
I, Gerald Bucksbaum, as to the matter before us this evening, have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all As to all matters on tonight's January 28th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I hereby request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 24-93-230 Pershing Way, I have had ex parte communications preceding the last meeting when this case was considered. I have not had any in between in preparation for this meeting, but I have had ex parte communications with the architect and the developer, as I am the next door neighbor. I've received written communications to set up those meetings. I've not conducted an investigation nor made a site visit, technically, and I've not received expert opinions. As to all other matters on the agenda, I have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made site visits, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kristen Kellogg, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters in tonight's agenda, I, Gabe Charoslavsky, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
And as to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. And I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
We now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Is there anyone here to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Now is the time to do so. Anyone here to speak on an item not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll now swear in our speakers. If you could please rise if you're planning on speaking and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Our first case this evening is continued case 24-93, 230 Pershing Way.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rafael Rodriguez, architect. We are here continued from last week, and the major change that we made, a major revision, was that we are not seeking any more FAR or coverage requirements. We are at the 50% FAR, so we've lost about 300 square feet from the previous design to the design, the current design. I'd like to point out some the existing site plan and some of the elements that are on the existing site plan that we have kept with our current design. The first one is the curb cut, which is on the west side of the street, and there is an existing paver drive that extends to about halfway on the west side of the property. There is also a concrete drive. Right now, this one-story structure existing is a garage, but there is a drive, so this entire width here is about 20 feet currently. I've shown here the existing site plan and then the proposed site plan on the right. I might note that the existing area of the existing house is 3,652 square feet. It is a two-story structure. This element here, where you see the arrow, is a two-story element. Our new structure is actually 29.5 square feet less than the square footage of the existing structure. The first floor is 1,600 square feet, second floor, 1,400 square feet, and then there is an accessory structure which is 5 feet from the east setback, and then 5 feet from the north setback, which is code compliant. Our setbacks from the west property line to the house is 13.8 feet, which we increased about 2 feet, and then the setback on the east is 7 feet, 5 feet being the minimum requirement. This is a site plan at a quarter inch. As you can see, the coverage is 26.9. That's a quarter, a little more than a quarter. So the rest of the square footage, 7,245 square feet, is really open to green space, also pervious area driveway. There's a driveway along the west side to the to the two-story structure, accessory structure. There is parking on the first floor, and I'll review that when I get to the first floor. There is a pool located at the rear of the property. There is a one-car garage, which has been revised from a two-car garage from the previous design. And then that would be we have these concrete elements with grass in between to increase the landscaping. There's also solid surfacing here. We don't know, it's probably going to be some sort of paving material, but it will be solid material. There's also another parking area here located for drop-off groceries located, because the kitchen is located on the first floor, and then you proceed to the rear of the structure. And there's, like I said, one-car garage on the first floor. Again, it's first floor, and we have the one-car garage with stair going up to the second floor. There's a bedroom on the second floor. Pretty much the first floor comprises of a guest bedroom. There's an ensuite bathroom. There's a powder room, main living room. There is a family room, then stair, and then kitchen. And here's the parking area that you can proceed into the kitchen. The one-car stall here. Setbacks is another element that we changed from the previous design. There's a 25-foot setback, which we maintained here. This element on the west has been moved back a foot and then moved in 1 foot from this west facade. The entrance has really been simplified also. And this area is all exterior loggia. It's an outdoor room. There was a fireplace here, which we also omitted. Second floor, you can see here the one-story element, which is 38 feet, 9 inches from the front property line. There is a stair that leads up to the second floor. This west area is the primary bedroom with the primary closet and a primary bathroom located at the center of this H plan, and there is a terrace on the rear which looks at the pool. There is also a front veranda. It's roofed over, and then you have 2 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. This graph shows the first floor. This is the proposed first floor area shown in a light gray, and then on this sketch to the left is the actual original outline shown in the darker gray. So the coverage has been reduced to 26.9% from 30% on the first. It's the middle that we did. This is the second floor FAR. Again, the new design in the light gray, and then the highlighted area that we removed from the second floor. Coincidentally, you can see we really set it back. We took off quite a large chunk on this side and we set it back even more. The landscape architect felt that that was a little tight for a driveway to the rear, so we actually reduced it from this side. And we kept the 7 feet on the east side as a setback. The roof is actually, will be a barrel tile roof, one that we've always specified before, which is made in Spain. It's actually a barrel tile roof with a cap and pan. The color will be a earth tone as one of the provisions in the approval that Anna Maria gave us. The only issue that we have here is this roof over the veranda. The pitch is quite low. It's about less than 1 on 12, so we cannot put a barrel tile roof over this area because of the constraints of the NOA of the barrel tile roof. So we have shown a standing seam metal roof, which we do not believe will be visible from the street. The rest of the structure, whether it's 2-story or 1-story, will be barrel tile. Front elevation and then the rear elevation. One of the comments from the previous design was, always in historic, you have size, scale, mass, and volume. I'll show you what we've done to address some of these issues. So what we've done is we've actually, like I said, we've decreased the volume of this 1-story element. We've brought it in a foot from the main facade. We've also greatly simplified this entrance procession. The tie beam here was maintained at 9 feet, but the entire tie beam on the rest of the house was dropped down to 8 feet. We were able to work out the roofs where the median roof height is 23 feet 2 inches. We're actually about 25 feet to the top of the roof, which is actually the requirement for the median roof in the historic district. We were also able to create more of a volumetric explanation where we were pushing back certain elements. The entrance here is now 36 feet back from the main property line. This plane here takes up the whole entire second floor to this element, and then the veranda extends out beyond the plane of the front door by 3 feet. These elevations is the east and the west side elevation, and we've maintained the a typical Mediterranean architecture prototype where you have less window openings to massing, really prevalent here in these elevations. And here you can see the opening into the loggia on the first floor. This east elevation, the one-story element, here's the door, side door. Then you have the veranda beyond, and then the two-story element that's at 9-foot tie beam height beyond that. Here's the accessory structure. Maximum height is 20 feet. The first floor aligns with the first floor. The first floor of the residence aligns with the first floor of the top of the slab of the accessory structure. We have 9 feet and then 8 feet and then about 1 foot parapet above that, which is just plenty enough to get some flashing in there. I don't think we can drop this anymore, maybe an inch or two, but that's sort of where we are at 20 feet. Accessory structure looking from the house behind to the accessory structure. This is the door into the garage, and you have stairs that go up to the second floor. Again, minimal openings, keeping the Mediterranean architecture. There's a bathroom on the second floor here, and this is one of the windows into the bedroom. This is I believe that's the south elevation. Can't read from here. Again, with the minimal openings, smooth stucco finish. Streetscape. During my research, I also discovered that majority of houses on this street are non-conforming. There's an existing one-story house here, which again is non-conforming. This is a one-story residence, which is conforming. These houses were built after these two houses after the historic guidelines were installed, and this house was recently approved a couple of weeks ago in front of you in the board. The drawing on the bottom shows the existing house in the context of the street, and this is our house here, which show it's actually lower in elevation and roof height than the houses to the east and then the house to the west. This also is not a conforming structure and could be torn down in the future. The section through the center of the house looking to the east on the top and then looking to the west with the pool in the center. And to our window schedule. Front door is a wood slat door, typical for the Spanish-style architecture. Also on the garage door in the guest house. French doors, typical for this kind of architecture. There's a French door with a panel in the front bedroom and one next door, which is the entrance to on the east side to the kitchen. Window schedule, one of the provisions for the approval, Anna Marie stated, was the mutton pattern, the horizontal mutton pattern. She wants to see, instead of one horizontal, 2 mutton patterns. We're okay with that. We'll revisit the mutton pattern on this house. We just didn't have time to revise it for today's meeting. Existing photographs, you can see here on this photograph, which is the west setback view. You have the existing paver drive along the west side, and then you can almost see the little piece here of the driveway, which is actually more visible here with the existing garage door. Views around the perimeter of the house was sold a couple of months ago, and it's not in very good shape as it stands. Excuse me. This is the northeast rendering showing again, I'll start from the west. This is the driveway going back to the rear of the property. There's that one car, solid surface parking here. The house details recall Spanish colonial architecture. We have the barrel tile roof We have the exposed rafters in the veranda, chamfered columns, aluminum rails. On the first floor, we have a stone surround at the front, wood door. There's a detail here with a double window with a pilaster in between the windows, and then there's a towel inset detail. Also, the sides of the windows are also chamfered, and that's typical here and at this door. There's a covered balcony here reminiscent of southern Spain architecture, Moorish architecture. And then the exposed rafter tails with wood soffits, TNG soffits, which will get stained wood color. Rendering of the of the house head-on. You can see some of the brackets supporting the balcony underneath the columns. These will actually be structural. There's that element here, which is the covered balcony with wood brackets underneath. There will be cast stone sills, bronze window tint, and also very typical is the smooth stucco finish. And one of the requirements was to provide a sample, I believe, of the smooth stucco finish. We'll provide all the information prior to the submittal, of course. And there is a pent roof on the side, sort of initiating the entrance here on the side of the house. The rest will be landscaped, beautiful. We've omitted some of the landscaping in the front of the house so you can see some of the features of the home. This sheet shows the actual previous, even though we never went beyond this point, you can see the massing of the original home here and then the massing of the new design. This is the old rendering that we showed last week showing the massing here, and this is the new proposed design. You can see the entrance was really, really simplified, set further back. This one-story massing become a lot less prominent. Instead of having two-car parking in the front, we do have only single-car parking here. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Have you read the conditions? Are you in agreement with those?
Yes. The only condition which I stated was we're not able to put barrel tile over the veranda roof on the second floor because of the shallow roof pitch. That'll have to be treated some other way with a metal roof, standing seam, to match the color of the roof tile.
On, I believe, the south elevation, which is not the front elevation, but the rear, right? The only thing that bothers me there is that the entry door to the gray room is not in alignment with in the facade, is not, and the opening is not in alignment with the railing above. So I don't know if that can be changed to align.
I'm sorry, let me catch up to you, Gabe. You said
It's
the rear
sheet-
elevation?
Yeah, sheet A201. Yeah,
So this door, this French door, is centered on this opening.
correct, but the opening should be, all should be centered. I mean, I understand it's a rear elevation, but everything should be centered. I mean,
Well, I thought it is centered.
it's not centered with the opening is not centered with the railing above it.
Centered.
And it looks like in floor plan, you shouldn't
minute.
have an issue to,
Yes, this, yeah, I see the mistake. This, it's a rendering problem. This side here
All right,
is not the same as here, and it should be the same.
okay.
So by fixing that, it will be centered. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I missed that one. But they will be the same.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
The applicant has already explained all the changes, so I'm not gonna go over any of these details. But based on the changes that the applicant introduced to the proposal from the original submittal and presented to the board in the December, staff recommends approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition meets the required Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria in section 9449C4. The recommendation is made subject to several conditions that are listed in the staff report. The applicant has stated that they cannot comply with the recommended change on the front balcony roof. We have not discussed it before, but I will defer to the board if you believe that installing another type of roof due to the technical constraints of the slope, it's appropriate. We will go with your recommendation. That concludes the staff presentation. And we're also recommending approval for the demolition of the existing structure as long as the new construction is approved.
Questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? Kevin Lahat.
Hello, my name is Kevin Lahat. I live at 224 Pershing Way, which is the neighbor to the lot immediately to the east. Thanks again for the time that the board dedicates out of their personal lives to this work, which is really, really important to the neighborhood and to our family. I previously spoke about two items that are concerning to me and neighbors about the proposed design, one being the scale, about 4,000 square feet of building on what's a small lot. And the second, just being 2 stories for the guest house, 5 feet from the side yard, which is our yard, which forms a wall, frankly, along most of our yard. The board last time seemed to share some of these concerns, and frankly, those 2 concerns are really the same, even with the modified design. We continue to think it's just not appropriate to burden the neighbors with the scale of the project, in particular 2-story guest houses that form effectively a wall along, any yard and all yards if this were allowed to occur on every property. 5 feet off the property line, which is effectively right on the property line, and boxes in yards. So again, I appreciate your consideration of this and considerations of the neighbor's perspective, which would frankly be my perspective for any house in the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Would you like a rebuttal?
Yes, the house is not 4,000 square feet. It's 3,600 square feet, just to shy over. And I understand the concern about the guest house, but it's zoning requirement. It's 5 feet away from the east side. I have spoken to Joan, and she said she's willing to move it over a foot, so you have 6 feet from the east property line to the guest house, and we have tried to keep that guest house as low as possible at 20 feet to the parapet wall.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into executive session. We haven't had much in the way of questions or comments. Would someone like to give their thoughts on the modifications presented this evening? Okay, maybe we'll start with something easier. The roof over the covered entry there, is everybody okay with that not being barrel tile?
Have we seen a sample of the additional roof material? Is that metal? Is that what you said?
It'll be standing seam roof, same color as the barrel tile.
Okay.
And that's shown on the sample of the barrel tile roof is shown on the roof plan if you want to take a look at it.
While you're up there, what is the pitch that you have? I know you said you didn't have a lot of pitch to work with. What is the roof pitch of that shed roof that you're proposing the standing seam on?
It's about 1 on 12,
Thank you.
little smidge under. May I add to that? Also, the reason for that is because we purposely try to keep the roof height as low as possible. That issue could have been resolved if we were able to bring the center roof higher and then cover all the way to the veranda and have a similar outrigger detail, but we purposely dropped the center roof so that we had to pitch the veranda roof separate than the main roof structure. That's why that was the main reason to do that.
Any thoughts on the guest house, since we had a neighbor come and speak on that?
I'll add to it just to try to get the conversation moving a little bit. For the accessory structure in particular, I think that it's a disservice to the neighbors and the property itself that it's 2 stories. But I also wrestle with that we have approved a lot of 2-story accessory structures on this board recently. So I don't know, it's something that we have allowed, even though it's not the best for this site. And I'm not sure how to place that, when we're making a decision on this.
I mean, at least the parapet can be reduced. The parapet has more than 2 feet in height. So the parapet can be reduced. So instead, 1911 probably can go down another foot, probably. But it's allowed by zoning, so I don't know.
Kristen, to make an appreciable difference in that additional house would be, the only way you could do that is to eliminate the garage parking, and that would reduce the height enormously.
I think it is a unique configuration as far as the parking. Like, I don't think it's
Yes.
something that we typically see.
No.
There's still a lot of hardscape on the site, which we do have purview over. I know that it's broken up with grass joints, but when you look at the site plan overall, I think that was one of the concerns from last time too, was just the amount of the site that's given over to that hardscape and vehicular traffic. I think that the overall massing that exists with the primary structure is appropriate for a historic district. I think what we're probably wrestling with is it appropriate for the specific site on the specific lot?
Well, and I guess we don't have a comparison of like the various lot sizes, but
Well, but when we look at the
When you look
proposed streetscape, I mean, looks pretty consistent. Is that parking space, Ana Maria, required in the front? Because we usually don't approve a parking space in the front of the house.
No, it's not required. I mean, and they have to comply with the maximum percentage of paved area on the front yard, so they cannot exceed 75%. They need to provide 75% of pervious on the front yard. So usually we don't review that as part of the historic preservation. That will be part of the zoning review when they submit with the landscape and everything. But they can have the driveway, but if that pavement area in there exceeds more than the 25% of the front, they will not be able to do it, so.
Anna Maria, thank you. Should the board find merit in the application and move to approve it, we could condition it that there's no parallel parking in the front yard, correct?
You could. Usually, the Historic Preservation Board does not look at that, I believe, because that's basically a zoning regulation. It's more like they comply with the percentage of pervious or not on the front yard. But you could, if you think it's affecting, having the car park in that direction in the front is affecting, you could condition it, yes.
I mean, I think front yard parking, if it's not absolutely necessary due to the size of a non-conforming lot, is detrimental to a historic district. And so I would absolutely be against that parking in the front yard as I was last month.
So you could condition that they have to remove that area where it's shown on the car in there, and they can just park in the driveway, but not as a separate parking space, yes.
Any further discussion? Would someone like to try a motion?
Are there any alternatives to that standing seam roof, just to circle back to that?
I know it does seem out of place.
Yeah.
To our architects.
The, no, the problem is the slope. So either the slope has to increase to allow for a barrel tile roof.
Yeah. To me, I would rather see a little increase and have the barrel tile roof. To me, that would be more fitting than,
I think that-
it's like you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater to have that standing seam roof.
I think the problem is because he has it at 1 in 12 to increase to 4 in 12, which would be the minimum for that kind of roof, it wouldn't be able to intersect the roof structure that he has. So, correct. I mean, that's part of, it would have to change so significantly
I see.
that I don't think that they could engage the way that they're intended to. I wonder if you could drop the beam height more, though.
Section shows that area. Yeah, 300.
You're talking about, Kristen, on the left side there, if you're facing the house, where the two roofs intersect?
Where, I'm talking about that shed roof.
I mean,
Because-
at half inch and 12 is almost not visible from the street either, right? But I mean, you will see something, you will see the profile at the edge,
Right,
but it's almost flat.
I agree.
So, I mean, I agree with you, but increasing is gonna be more prominent, you know, and that is what we were trying to avoid, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to modify it to get a greater pitch, it's just not going to be the minimum pitch that you need for that roof.
So you're comfortable with leaving it as proposed? Because it won't be that visible, is
I
what
don't
you're
think
saying.
it will be very visible, as long as it's a color that is compatible with the barrel tile roof.
So do you want to make that a condition or modify staff's condition? Because I think that was one of your conditions, that it would be barrel tile, but maybe just to specify the color.
So it could be a metal.
And no crimping. None of that, like crimping, yeah.
Is there, back to the guest house, is there anything that can be done to lessen, I guess, how imposing it feels? I don't know what the floor to ceiling heights. Mm-hmm. Thank you for pulling that up. I feel like I need like readers for this.
Okay, when I go to the next project, what happens?
Does a garage need to be 9 feet?
My garage is not 9 feet.
Just highlight it and click.
So if you took a foot out of the parapet,
Hopefully I'll be able to navigate this.
and then you lowered the garage ceiling,
Yeah, I think right now it's maybe 8. It's clear.
Yeah, bottom of, well, it's probably close, it's very close right now to 8, clear under
see
the.
that.
Yeah?
I see that, I misread it. But a foot out of the parapet.
Mhm.
And
What is the minimum that we can have as finished floor to finished ceiling in the garage clear?
I would not go much lower than what he has on there. I just misread where the marker was.
It should be around 8 feet.
And so they probably have 8 feet.
I don't know what is the ceiling height on the second floor.
The second floor clearance, finished floor to finished ceiling is 8 feet also.
Yeah, it could be, it's a 6'8" door. It's 8 courses of block. No, 10 courses of block. So it's a 6'8" door. So it could be 8 feet.
Can I ask the applicant another question? Why is the accessory structure a parapet roof?
We felt it was appropriate for the style of architecture. Again, we try to keep it as low as possible. I'm just concerned about that garage. If you have an SUV and you have a big lift gate, it might, unless you have less than 8 feet, might get a little tricky. Plus also when you have a garage door, which is 6'8", you need a track, which you need about a foot or less. So it's kind of a standard to have an 8-foot garage. So it's shown, I'm sorry, it's 8'2" we show. It's roughing minus drywall, so you got about 8'1" in there. And possibly drop the parapet a little bit, but I guess, depending on the type of roof we use and the flashing detail. I mean, it's pretty low at 20. I mean, you can probably go 19.8 if we had to, but until we start doing the working drawings and the minimum requirements. Also, we really kept this small. I mean, we're allowed 1,000 square feet by, for an accessory structure. This is, what's the total square footage? Yeah, it's less than 600 square feet. 300 on the first floor, and then the apartment's smaller if you deduct the stair, which we're allowed by code. When you do square footages, it's less than 600 square feet.
I see you taking notes. Do you want to take a stab at a motion? Well, 2 motions. We need one for the demolition.
First, the new construction.
Well, if we're,
There is a condition of approval for the demolition that the new construction needs to be approved first.
but we usually do the demolition first.
Yeah, but there is a
With it.
condition. Right?
Is there a separate condition for the demolition, or are you just talking about the general conditions for the new construction?
The demolition has a condition that says that new construction plans have to be approved before the demolition. That is a condition.
That's right.
Can I get an answer from the attorney? Can I, with that condition, can I do the demolition first, or do I need to do the new construction first and then subsequently do the demolition for the motions?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but you have, demolition has to be a separate motion.
Right. Usually we do demolition first and then the new construction, but there's a condition on the new construction. Gabe, can you say it?
There is a condition in the demolition that says the Historic Preservation Board must first approve new construction plans before taking action of demolition of the existing structure.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is new construction has to go first and demolition second.
I think Gabe just answered your question.
Okay. So we'll do the new construction first.
That's so, or is it that like, I don't know, is it a catch-all because there was
It's
a
a
property
catch-all.
that they demolished before?
I think that we can do the demolition first,
Yeah,
but if then the new construction doesn't get approved,
yeah,
then the demolition gets voided.
yes. Yes, but still do the same order we've always done.
We could do.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a go the usual way.
Yes, I think that's safe.
Okay. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-93 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-93 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section 94-49 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach. The conditions include the following. 1, the west elevation of the loggia shall be modified to meet the maximum 25% enclosure for an outdoor covered space FAR discount. 2, all aluminum fiberglass/fiberglass windows and doors shall have an exterior frame color of bronze or white. 3, all windows and doors, excluding the front door and window F, shall have external dimensional OG muntins with a light pattern ranging from horizontal 2 light to horizontal 4 light, depending on the height of the window or door. The light pattern shall be evenly spaced with a minimum of approximately 1 foot of separation. 4, the applicant shall provide product approvals, including a graphic of the proposed clay barrel tile, which I believe you did, proposed garage door, and proposed wood front door. 5, the front balcony roof may have a standing seam metal roof without crimping and must be compatible in color with the barrel tile. 6, the applicant shall use an appropriate stucco texture appropriate for the Mediterranean revival style. Such documentation shall be provided to staff prior to construction. 7, on the south elevation, the opening that Gabe pointed out shall be centered. 8, eliminate the parking spot in the front yard. And 9, reduce the parapet height at the top of the parapet as much as possible. I think you had said 4 inches at a minimum.
Second.
And were we going to include the applicant's proffer of moving it an additional foot?
Yeah. Right.
What, I think he was saying he couldn't.
1 foot from the east property for a total of 6 feet of setback.
Okay, say that one again. Move the
Move
accessory
the
structure.
accessory structure 1 additional feet for a total of 6 feet from the east property line.
Okay, move the accessory structure over an additional foot. Okay. That's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case 24-96, 155 Pershing Way is continued to the February meeting. Our next continued case is 24-98, 3308 Washington Road.
Which one? The second one. This one? Second, yes.
Good evening, and thank you for time for joining us tonight. My name is Ashley Maliford. I'm here as a representative from LCA Architecture. We're here to revisit an exciting opportunity to create a home that represents the charm of Southland Prospect Park Historic District while offering thoughtful modern living for the community. We're excited to share our vision and the process behind the carefully curated design for 3308 Washington Road. For background context, as of May 2022, we received an approval that was granted by the HPB to demo this non-contributing home and rebuild it in its place. The approval conditions in summary were with the consideration to window sizes and scale, white colored framing on windows and doors, pyramid-style mudding, and low E coating. The decision was ultimately based on standards 9 and 10. For context, it's an existing residence in Southland Prospect Historic District with a lot size of 6,100 square feet. Here are some photos of the existing current state of the home and the property. We're proposing a 2-story home and an accessory structure on the large lot after demolishing the existing single-family home and all remnants of what previously existed on the site. As you can see from the demo plan and the proposed site plan, per standard number 1 of our new construction, we have made some adjustments to comply with the setbacks requirements and have revised our site plan to reflect the changes as well. I know prior to this, we had our front covered porch area that was within the setback. Through our conversation with Anna Marie, we actually decided to move the whole building back within that additional 25 feet front setback. Here are some architectural styles that can be found within the surrounding vicinity of Southland Prospect Park. Our focus today is the Mediterranean Revival, which we are specifying this time because prior to this meeting last month, we mentioned Mission Style Home, and we have made a revision to this project. Here are some examples of homes within the neighborhood with varying characteristics that make each home unique, although they carry many similar attributes, all of which are applied in varying methods. Here's some more examples. We decided to focus our streetscape on Washington Road. We approach our president's study of the street with the immediate vicinity of how to implement a successful redesign per the feedback and comments we received at the meeting on December 18th. Although the concern at last month's meeting was that we pulled too many things from the homes that were surrounding, that were in immediate eye shot, none of which had the Mediterranean revival attributes in which we wanted to implement in the redesign to ensure that we had a cohesive neighborhood aesthetic. So here are some homes within that streetscape, within that block, in different styles. Here's some more. Notice many attributes of Mediterranean revival style architecture, such as stucco finishes, red clay tile roofs, arched doorways and windows, as well as open floor plans and indoor-outdoor spaces being depicted. Just a few of the defining elements of the historic neighborhood shown on this street. Which brings us to our next point of contingency. Attribute that was brought to our attention during the initial review of our plans was the utilization of a porte cochere, as well as the second floor story above in its massing. Although it was not a concern of the previous meeting, we decided to revisit this when talking and taking a new approach for proportionality. We have shifted it back to visually reduce its overall mass, thus allowing the central focal piece to be the entry with the banding for emphasis. The accessory structure also, to note, doubles as a garage on the first floor and a one-bedroom, bath layout on the second floor. Therefore, a pass-through in this case for the porte cochere is necessary to bridge the overall site and new additions together. Here we have shown the modifications made to the floor plan. We are still proposing a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom for the main home to prepare the homeowner for the growth of their future family. Here are previously proposed color elevations of both the main home as well as the accessory structure. You can see that we revised the elevations from the comments from last month's meeting. I have also included a possible alternative for the main home. This option has not been before the staff or the board, but we feel based on the conversation we had with the consultant Aaron Borgrabber, as well as Anne Marie, that this may be an additional step in a better direction. You can visually see the design elements pulled from the surrounding homes. Each unique design choice was carefully made to align with the architectural language of the district, bringing everything together to create a historically and aesthetically charming home that seamlessly bends into the surrounding landscape. And here are the proposed previous elevations for the accessory structure as well as the alternatives. This slide shows the proposed elevations of the accessory structure, which carries the same attributes of the main home, as well as an alternative to match the main home's alternative options. The proposed structures align in scale and proportion with their neighbors and preserves the cohesive rhythm of the streetscape via the architectural style, which you can see in this elevation. This is our previous proposed. We have not done a streetscape elevation to show the alternative, but we feel open to conversation about that. All in all, we feel by integrating historical architectural elements with modern functionality, our design honors the past while looking to the future. This project, we feel, will enrich the Southland Prospect Park Historic District and provide a beautiful, harmonious addition to the neighborhood.
Okay, questions of the applicant?
Can you go back to the elevations that you had altered based on Aaron's feedback?
Yes.
Any thoughts on the alternate elevations? Any questions about them? So it looks like it's the roof, the railing, and the door surround that was changed. Is that correct?
The overall massing as well has been reduced because we did push back that portico share that was previously pretty much flush almost to that front entry. We did push it back a good bit because I know a question prior to this meeting was the proportionality of the overall proposed elevations for the front elevation. So we did make some adjustments as well as taking away certain attributes that we pulled from neighboring homes in the neighborhood compared to the streetscape.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the staff presentation.
Staff already, the applicant already went through all the changes, so I'm not gonna go through all of that. I'm just gonna review staff analysis for compliance. I didn't know they have moved the house, so I have it still in my presentation for compliance with the regulations. The proposed design encroaches into the front setback, but if they move it towards the east, they will be in compliance with that, so that's. Regarding the design, staff considers that the proposed design as a mission revival is not the most appropriate. The surrounding buildings are primarily masonry vernacular, Mediterranean revival, or colonial revival. So we're suggesting to go towards that instead. Also, the proportion of the solids and the voids needs further study. Some of the elevations seems pretty scarce and the proportion not adequate. And definitely the full length of the portico share is not consistent with the bulk and the massing of the surrounding buildings, so it's still a concern from staff. Based on those, we still are recommending denial for the proposal, as we consider it does not comply with the standards for the Secretary of the Interior standards and some of the standards for additional criteria also. So that concludes the staff presentation.
Questions of staff?
Pull back, actually. How do I know which one is the revised? I want to pull it back, but I had the old one that you have submitted, so this one has, oops, sorry, this one, so I'm gonna close this one so we don't get confused. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Any public comment? How does everyone feel about staff's recommendation?
Well, I specifically agree with staff in regards to standard 9, that the significant portico with a full length second floor is not consistent with the bulk and massing of the surrounding buildings. I was also just looking at the drawings. It looks like it's set back like a foot from the adjacent elevation, which is not very much. So I mean, it's a step in the right direction, but that's literally at one step.
But you don't think there's enough to work with to, I guess, impose many conditions to address? Or do you think they need to start over?
I unfortunately think that it needs to be kind of start from scratch. So I think at this point I'm in alignment with staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're looking at the streetscape, it's clear that it's a different architecture, in that block. So it doesn't relate to the neighbors. Also, the idea of a portico share like this, where you have like a huge wall looking at your neighbor, is not very nice, right? It's not very polite.
I don't think I've ever seen a 3 large bay portico share covered run the span of a house. Respectfully, Kristen, have you?
Where also the second floor is on top of a portico share.
Yes, if I left that out. I mean, so that's a first. Also, the central signifier entrance does not correlate with the interior spaces. I think that front entrance will be very dark. It's lightless. Then the little kind of clear story window at the second floor is just the end of a hall, but it's the highest part of the architecture. It almost wants a subdued side entrance. But I hate when this regrettably happens at times. But I think that I think that this application that we should probably align with staff's recommendation.
Okay, any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I just want to note again how rare it is for staff to recommend denial.
Yeah.
Just a general question. We're leaning into how do we give advice moving forward. Is there anything that you recommend on the previously approved application, which was HPV 20-28? Is there any way we can give advice on that's a starting block for, I guess, style and massing since it's been approved, and perhaps customize it to the new owners, I guess, their wish list? Is that perhaps a good starting point instead of scrapping and starting over? I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they can always build the prior approval, that still stands. Honestly, I'm amazed that that was previously approved.
Me too.
We're in executive session, but thank you. So, I mean, to answer your question, I think perhaps, I don't know, the architectural style is more compatible. I don't know. Do you think then the mission style to answer if that should be a reference point, or maybe it should not be? I don't know if the architects want to comment on that when they come in with a new application.
The style of the currently proposed or the previously approved?
No, the previously approved, like, that's what you're asking, right? The previously approved, should that, since that was approved?
No.
Should that be any indication of what should come in the next time they come forward?
I would not take any.
So the answer is no.
No.
Okay.
A hard no.
So,
We're building from it, so that's what I'm trying to get at is,
Yes.
how can we say no and get rid of that, so that way they have a little bit clearer of a procedure moving forward?
Well, I think that's a reflection of changing commissions, updating styles and tastes, and the brilliance of our democracy as the new come in and different commissions. And I'd imagine that approval is expired. Doesn't approvals have?
they don't ever, I don't think
Their approvals are good in perpetuity, is what I've always been told.
I know, isn't that crazy?
So I'm willing to make a motion, if unless you want to continue discussion. I know just we
No,
have
I
a
think-
very heavy agenda.
I think motion is good.
Okay. I move that Historic Preservation Board deny application number 2498 for new construction. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the staff memo, that competent substantial evidence of record has been submitted that satisfy the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 9449 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Unfortunately, your project has been denied. Thank you. Our next case is 24-106, 300 Marlborough Road.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Harrington, architect, representing Joseph and Jennifer Gogaris at 300 Marlborough Road. We are here to petition for a variance to move a guest house into the side setback from 15 feet, which is current, to 5 feet. As some backstory, I was here in front of you guys maybe 6 months ago, and we got the main house and the guest house approved. Since then, we purposely kind of weren't sure how this would go, so we separated it from the project, and now we are in permitting, and we figured this was a chance to have this discussion. The intent, again, is to take this house shown on your left, where the blue line or the blue square shows basically what is approved. We're considering moving it to the red box, which gives us a little more space. The intent is several reasons. The hardships are minimum, not your typical, but we believe that the house, the guest house, is not visible from the street. Whether it is 5 feet or 15, the distance from the neighbor remains the same. As you can see, it aligns with Olive, which is somewhat untraditional to some of the setbacks we require to keep the house 15 feet away. This is a more commercial type street with various products and various homes encroaching in and out. Many of them have these 6-foot wood fences and a lot of foliage. So again, we feel there is a interior condition that outweighs the exterior condition of the 5 or 15 foot. Additionally, the guest house is really close to the pool, and we are looking to move it away as the builders are looking at problems as far as footings and so forth. Additionally, I'll go through some of the pictures that'll help describe that. There we go, is the survey and the pool pic. This is an existing pool, obviously dated. We realize it's not historic, but it is somewhat historic to the house. The area beyond in the green area, that's where the guest house will go. When we presented to you 6-7 months ago, the picture on the left suggests the relationship between the guest house and the new main house. The picture on the right shows a lot more paver space between the two, and again, allows the house to sit in this backyard. And again, moving it over there does several things. One, we live in this kind of world where we're retained to hold these setbacks, and on this beautiful property, what happens to that land behind it? It becomes a 15-foot, I don't want to say wasted piece of property. He's got young children, that we've situated the house, the kitchen, everything to utilize it, the yard accordingly, and we just feel like giving that space up for that seems a little less important than how it affects Olive Street. This is on the left is what was approved. On the right, what is recommended or requested. These are just original distances. They just show the house, and the guest house still remains 5 feet from the rear setback in either condition. This is more of a front-looking shot to show that on the left you can see as you're coming around the house, which is the main access, is the right side or the west side of the house is very tight to the other house. That's the area you see open, and the idea would be that the guest house would sit towards the left rather than kind of encroach on the, on the proposed loggia. Just put in the guest house plans in as you saw before. I put them here to just remind that the intent was to use this monolithic slab footing, but again, we're so close to the pool that the lateral force of a footing is going to move on a 2-to-1 ratio. We have to go 4 or 5 feet into the ground just so we don't put any pressure and crack that pool. I know that's not a traditional type of hardship, but it is a hardship to the client. This is the guest house, and again, with the foliage that you see from both the olive side and the yard side, it seems to remain the same. It sits as a one-story structure. By pushing it down, we almost get away from the carport that's only 5 feet away on the neighbor's property, so it actually creates some breathing room between massing. This is the neighborhood. You can see in the top one up here, sorry, this little mouse is hard to use. Right here, this is where we are. We're looking to put it right in this corner. You can kind of visualize all the foliage that's here, how the neighbor's house moves on, or encroaches out into the area, so there's really not a lot of impact, or at least we don't believe there is. The neighbors to the left, you can see they've built their back 5 feet from their neighbors, so there's a little precedence there. This, again, is just a picture to show how the distance improves, the guest house, things we've seen. This is the existing to show the encroachment. And again, this is the neighbor, and this is coming down the street, and this is the area back in here that the guest house, single story, would reside. And in conclusion, again, we believe that the house is not visible from the street. The house sited in a typical corner yard location. It creates a safer, more visible yard area. It aligns with the neighbor's drive and carport, and it's staying 5 feet from the south property line, yet furthers the property's home and yard area. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Did you reach out to the neighbor to the south for their support or their awareness, not relying on the notice that's mailed out by the city, but did your owner personally go over and show the plans and explain the issue with them?
No, we did not.
It probably would have been helpful if you had their consent to the potential impact.
I agree, and we did talk about it, and again, we thought that if we were, some of your prior presentations, if we were putting a big product on there, that would have been more viable. Maybe they're here, and maybe they're going to speak, and maybe they're not going to like it, and we'll understand that. We just believe that, again, we know we're coming into a hardship that really doesn't exist. We just feel that there's a viable option to just have a conversation about it.
Okay, thank you. We'll have the staff presentation now.
Okay, and my client is here too, if there's any questions that you would like to ask him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Ann Volsey, Planner, Development Services. Today I'll be presenting case number 24-106, 300 Marlborough Road, HPB case number, again, 24-106 for the record. The request is for, a variance to encroach 10 feet into the required setback in the corner lot line. As the applicant stated before, they have been to the board initially on the 25th of June, and that version of the plans did comply with all sections of the ZLDRs. And now this one will not comply and encroach the 10 feet. So here I have illustrated the portion of the cabana that would encroach into the setback, and over half of it encroaches here. And the applicant has not provided enough of a hardship, we believe, from staff's perspective. So therefore, we're recommending denial as it does not meet all of the required variance standards found in section 94-38D6 of the ZLDRs and the Historic Preservation Ordinance. So for the variance standards, the minimum request, this proposal does not comply as the general location of the proposed accessory structure is based on the existing design and existing lot area. However, it is staff's professional opinion that the encroachment of the proposed accessory structure within the corner setback can be reduced to be a minimal request on a variance, as the proposed general location, it is the most logical and functional one. So staff would recommend that they either reduce that number from 10 to a lower amount, or have it shifted in orientation. And also the Historic Preservation Ordinance section for setting orientation and setback is not complied with. The proposed accessory structure is to be located 5 feet away from the corner property line along South Olive Avenue, which is a major collector, which also serves as the front yard of the property immediately to the rear of the subject lot. And it does comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, particularly number 9 and 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, is there any public comment for this case? I'll just say it again. Was there any public comment for this case? Okay. All right, as there's no public comment, there's also no rebuttal, so we'll move into executive session.
I can start. I concede that corner lots are typically those properties that have the most stringent setback requirements, and in that I do see the beginning of some form of challenges for utilization of accessory structures in yards. That said, south of Olive Avenue, directly behind the south of this subject property, Olive Ave becomes their front yard, and this would be greatly visually an anomaly and could set a dangerous precedent. I am firmly against the application and would suggest that the applicant rotate the structure 90 degrees counterclockwise to avoid the impact to the kidney-shaped pool and be out of the setback.
I agree.
Me too.
Would you like to make a motion?
I don't know how to make the motion to deny a variance. I don't have that sheet.
I think that is included in the packet. I thought that was included. Yeah, it is not included, so.
Something, this is just for granting, so just say deny where it's highlighted, okay.
Just say deny.
The one on the right is the variance, I think.
It's HPV case number 24-106.
I move that Historic Preservation Board deny application number 24106 for a variance, as it does not meet the standards in section 49438.
That's good.
Do we have a
That's good.
second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great. The motion,
I had a quick question. So was it to rotate it or deny it altogether?
deny it
Deny.
altogether. Okay. Thank you. The motion passes,
Thank you.
and the application does not.
Our next case is 24-107, 2100 Lake Avenue.
Well, hello there. Anthony Harrington, architect, representing client NJO Holdings, and Steve, let me get my glasses on, Nosarini. This project has two parts, but it's relatively small in this presentation, so we're going to present them together. And then, obviously, as Geisha suggested, you will vote on them separately. This is a home on the corner of 2100 Lake Avenue and Biscayne Drive in the Flamingo District area. It's situated, it's a one-story house, and is situated in a sense where the address 2100 Lake Drive and the front door faces Lake Drive. So in a sense, that constitutes the front of the house, at least to the buyer and the user. However, we know that the smaller dimension represents the front. So the Biscayne area is the actual front, which contains a 25-foot setback, even though that really represents the area we have to utilize as a yard and, in sense, acts as the yard or the side yard of the house. Our goal is to renovate the existing carport into a living space and add a new loggia. Second is to add a 250 square foot addition at the south end, shown in the lower slide, to add a much needed master bath and master closet to this 3-bedroom house. We will create and match the same roof lines, dropping them at the ends as the carport sits lower. We'll do the same on the opposite end with the addition. The entire house is 4-inch jealousy glass windows, which goes back some time. None of them have been updated. So it represents quite an old ranch style, I would assume, style house. So in the pictures, you can see the jealousies, you can see the carport, you can see the carport roof sits a little lower, which is nice because it acts as a delineation without us have to adding to it. When we add the front to it, we'll delineate that back in so the carport, of course, continues to be red. And when we add the addition on the back end, we'll do the same thing, dropping the roof line, adding the gable end with the same siding that you see in the bottom right, which is the south end, but it'll just come forward, tucking it in a little bit. This is the proposed plan. We have, based on the allowable coverage, 35%, and we're just going to use 31% of it, so we're trying not to maximize it. They're not interested in a larger two-story house, just to get some room back there for a master and to create a dining loggia area. Part of it you'll see as we move forward, which is the Class B aspect, is to add the pool. And I think it's important when we look at this slide that you see the layout, the front doors on lake. Yes, the front setback is Biscayne, but that really truly is the property's yard, the north end. So the idea is to renovate the existing carport into a dining space with the loggia and add the pool. Create the 250 square feet on the back side here with the lower roof and so forth. This is just a rendering of that idea. This is the existing plan, which basically remains the same. I don't know how to get rid of that, but we'll leave that. So you can see the darkened walls are new. So even in the inside, we're really just going to open it up, utilize the kitchen and a more traditional space. But what changes is this carport becomes this dining space, and this loggia on the east side becomes the support to the side yard, so the family can use this yard and have this public visual connection and context with this side yard, which again acts as the front yard. And in the back, we're just adding on this smaller addition for the bathroom and the closet. The elevation, left being existing, right being proposed. The massing changes very little. You can see the enclosure here, and I blew that up just so you can see we retain the idea that the carport's there, and we can always delineate, squint, so to speak, and see that. And then we do the same on the back end. Site plan showing again, just to separate out the Class B pool. We go from 25-foot setback. We're requesting encroaching into it 11 feet. We would only have 14 feet left, maintaining the coverage, lot coverage area required in this front yard or side yard. Pool renderings. Again, both the architectural styles, reiterating that everything will be met as far as the siding on the gable on both ends, and the maintaining the house's stucco and other features. The jealousies, by the way, were replaced with casement windows. We originally came in with more, it's very hard, I wish they made a really interesting impact awning window, kind of the 3-ply that I grew up with in South Florida, but they really don't. So I initially had done it as a casement and did 2 mullions to make it look like 3 awnings, but staff and your consultant suggested we just get rid of them and stay more clean within the ranch style family, now try to create something that really doesn't exist. Just more pictures of the intent, focusing mostly on the north end where the pool is. Very little changes other than the use of that as a yard. Otherwise, we really don't have much area to make a yard on this property. In conclusion, the same thing with respect to house, the existing 1950s. The massing remains the same. We stay consistent, I think, with the style, comply with the historic standards, and the pool, as we've said several times now, is sited in the only reasonable location to maintain and create a yard for this property and hopefully a family. Client's intent, of course, is to preserve their beautiful, or this beautiful historic home, the street, and the neighborhood's presence, and is doing or trying to minimize it as little as possible with adding these attributes that are pretty much important to a house in this contemporary time. Thank you again, and any questions?
Questions of the applicant?
I don't know, any questions, or do I sit?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you.
Hello again, and Volsi. This is for HPB case number 24-107, which is for the COA for the addition/alteration. Anthony did a great job with, presenting what his request is, which is basically to enclose the carport that's approximately 284 square feet and add 256 square feet to the south end for a closet and bathroom or habitable space. So here is the carport, which is going to be enclosed. We just have some images here so you can visualize it. I'll leave that up for a few. Next is towards the south end, which is where the addition is going. So here's the existing and proposed floor plan. In the north, we could see the the loggia, and in the south end is where the addition is. And here's some existing elevations. And staff findings and recommendations is that it complies with the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, Section 94-49C3, additional criteria for new construction and alterations, Section 94-49C4, and staff recommends approval with conditions for HPB case number 24-107. And the conditions are that, well, they're included in the staff report. And basically talks about the awnings, the front door being replaced to full light, the side posts for the carport being visible so that we know that it had been a carport, historically. And for the rear addition, that the window shall be full-size casement with no mutton. Gable face should be made of wood and cedar, and the pool entry feature being proposed should be less of an entry feature. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Yes, I have a question. So the applicant's presentation reflects the change for the more traditional shape of the window and the muttonless frame pane.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But it doesn't reflect condition number 1, right? Or it does?
No, that's gonna be something that he has to fix for a resubmittal at a staff level.
Any further questions of staff? Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this item? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I would like to ask the applicant if he's in agreement with all these conditions.
Sure. If you could please come back up. Thank you. Have
So
you-
are you in agreement with all these conditions?
Do you want those clamshells? He's gonna donate the clamshells.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm fine with it all. We're quite sure that the awnings are not historic, and as we all know, they're not any way impact or can be made to be impact, and we will donate them to whoever would like
But
that.
number one, you are confident that you can achieve what they are asking, right? Number
Yes,
one.
very confident. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. Where are the zoning calculations
For,
for this project, like for the additions? I looked on the site plan, they're not on the site plan. Yeah, the A01.
the code compliance table?
Yes.
Okay, I can just hand it to you.
Okay, thank you. It says we're over on lot coverage, but are we having a bonus?
The exception
Yeah,
section? Yes.
okay. Sorry, I missed that.
But it's only a small percentage increase.
If you look at 1800 Lake Ave, it's a perfect visual of what this would look like. It's 3 streets north of it, same location.
It has a pool in that location as well.
Identical, same spot. So type in 1800 Lake Ave.
So we're in executive session. So I think we answered questions. You're saying there's a precedent in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Any concerns with proposed?
I don't have any concerns. Having dealt with a lot of mid-century, not mid-century modern, but mid-century buildings in Miami Beach, it's an interesting discussion on what to do with awning windows when you have to make them impact. And there's certain school of thought, and I guess the architect was one of them, and staff that I've worked with that have said replicate an awning with 3 buttons, and then there's the other more modern train of thoughts that they want just a clear view, and the two kind of usually bat heads, and it depends on what staff person is reviewing it. I'm on the clear view camp, so I like the recommendation by staff, and I'm supportive of the application. I know that this carport is probably the uncomfortable part of the application, is that it's, is it character defining, and are we modifying it? But I think that the addition will be recognizable as new construction and can be easily removed in the future. And as long as those conditions are adhered to, that the staff identified, I personally am fine with the application.
And didn't we just have one like this? Was it last month or the month before? I think it's a certain building type that with property values being what they are, it's the reality of trying to get into some of these neighborhoods and making it work.
We've seen that where garages or have been then converted into interior space, and fortunately you don't have to worry about the flood zone, so that's usually the problem with doing this.
Mm-hmm.
What about the second part of the application, that is the waiver on the setback for the pool? We have approved that in the past, right? So I don't think that is an issue.
I'm assuming that front pools aren't allowed in front yards, and that's a good thing. And so rather than having to get a variance for historic properties, it's been codified that it's through a waiver process.
You guys are still in executive session, right? Can I jump in, or?
I think he's asking a question.
Yeah, that was a question.
So pools are allowed in the front yard with through a Class B application subject to board approval.
And
So if it doesn't meet any side setback, front setback, then they come to the board for approval. Yeah, so it is common, especially on corner lot lines, corner lots. Yeah. And particularly for this one, the hardship is that how it's oriented on the site, and their front yard is operating as their side yard. Yep.
And I imagine the safety mechanisms for an applicant for installing a pool will apply, and a hold harmless putting a pool in the front yard, and a safety fence will be required at time of building permit.
Yes, as part of the Florida Building Code, they're required a pool barrier. And I have a separate presentation that has the separate conditions for that. If you want to see
Okay, so you want us to vote first on,
Yes.
okay.
It's separate requests.
Okay, any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion on this case?
It'll be the same as the last case I provided the.
Oh, okay, yes. So just switch out the information.
I find myself again in the rare instance that I'm not sure how to make this motion. I thought we were just doing the certificate of appropriateness.
It's just the first one first.
Yeah, but can I just do that again the regular way, or do I need
Yes,
to
you can
read
do.
some special? Okay, that's what I was confused about, thank you. And there's no ad valorem? There's no ad valorem. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-107 for alterations and additions in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following. 1, the side posts of the carport are to be visible, and the northwestern wall, which currently serves as the carport entrance, is to be recessed several feet to maintain a visual record of the original carport element. 2, the front door shall be replaced to be full light. White frames can match the window frames. 3, along the front, full light French doors shall be provided instead of sliding. 4, the clamshell awning shall be donated if applicant cannot retain them. These are 5, for the rear addition windows shall be full-size casements with no mutton. Also, the gable face should be made of wood and cedar or cypress or hardy board or similar with matching profile and reveal. And the pool entry feature being proposed should be less of an entry feature as it is not a front door and is a modern element that is highly visible.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And again, staff findings and recommendation for the Class B special use permit associated with 2100 Lake Ave. It complies with the general special use standards, the specific use standards, the residential district standards, additional standards, and they're requesting that waiver through the Class B. And staff recommends approval with conditions for HPB case number 24-107A. And the conditions are that the open space requirement and single family must be met per section 94-482A, which basically says that 75% of the front yard shall be landscaped. Landscaping shall be maintained along the north and east sides of the pool, screening the pool area from public view. And in the event that the landscape is removed, another form of screening is to be provided subject to staff approval. The applicant shall ensure that all pool equipment meets applicable setbacks for mechanical equipment. And also 4, that the pool decking meets all applicable setbacks for pavement. Thank you.
Any public comment? Okay. I feel like we already sufficiently discussed it.
Okay, but it's a
Class B special use permit.
Got it. I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant the Class B special use permit for HGB case 24-107A, as listed in the staff report dated January 28, 2025. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitutes confidential, substantial evidence. The board hereby makes finding of fact that the applicable criteria have been met and is subject to the following conditions. 1, the open space requirement in single family must be met per section 94-482A. The lesser of 1,000 square feet or 75% of the front yard area shall be landscaped with living plant material. 2, landscaping shall be maintained along the north and east sides of the pool, screening the pool area from public view. In the event that the landscape is removed, another form of screening is to be provided subject to staff approval. 3, the applicant shall ensure that all pool equipment meets applicable setbacks for mechanical equipment. 4, the applicant shall ensure that all pool decking meets applicable setbacks for pavement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries, approved. Thank you. Our next case is 24-108808 Claremore Drive.
Good evening, and thank you again for your time. My name is Ashley Malivert. I'm here as representative from LCA Architecture on behalf of 808 Claremore. It is an existing residence in Flamingo Park Historic District with a lot size of 6,100 square feet, giving it ample room for additional living space and a pool in the future. Here are some photos of the existing conditions of the home as it stands today. As you can see, the east elevation, the north, the west, the south, as well as an existing banyan tree. We met with the previous historic planner, Benjamin Salata, in September 2024, and we were awarded some additional bonus green points for this banyan tree being sustained. Here are the existing elevations for the home along with the existing roof plan. Here are photos of the other homes along the streets on both sides of the subject property, just to give it some context of the surroundings of the subject home. Here are some photos of the homes within the immediate vicinity of the house with comparable attributes we wanted to achieve as presidents. Lastly, we have found some other homes within the district to just give some perspective to a variety of homes that are found within Flamingo Park Historic District. We decided to supplement our package to incorporate further exploration to the proposed addition by including our demo plan and existing elevations. To preface the scope of work, the demo plan is shown on this page with the gray walls as the areas to remain and dashed lines as the areas to be demoed. I've also highlighted the areas where the addition on the proposed site plan will be placed in the rear of the home. We're proposing an addition to the south side rear, highlighted in yellow on the site plan of the home, bringing the existing home square footage to 2,934 square feet gross from the previous 1,228, as well as some general site work, which can be seen on the site plan that I mentioned before. The motivation for this addition is the need for additional living space to my client, modern family size and lifestyle requirements while maintaining the property's historical significance. We chose to place the bulk of the addition at the rear of the home to avoid altering the appearance of the home from the street and respectfully implementing the changes within the setbacks. Here I have attached the floor plan for the home addition. The addition includes a second floor pop-up at the northernmost front region of the existing home. We feel the second story blends seamlessly with this original structure, preserving its charm and contributing to the neighborhood's characteristics. The elevations I have shown show a delineation between the existing and the proposed. The addition adheres to the height restrictions, setbacks, and other district-specific requirements. The environmental advantages of a vertical expansion of over horizontal, such as preserving green space, reducing stormwater runoff, and improving energy efficiency through modern installation and windows. During our meeting with the previous historic planner, Benjamin, we did, like I mentioned before, receive additional green points by focusing on solutions with this matter. We have sustained the front facade completely as is and added some language to the second floor of the addition. The materiality of this home has not been altered and will remain the same to match the existing charm of the home, such as the siding material and window types, to say the least. The balance of the window placement has been tastefully achieved. The roof line is favorable to the home's massing. The idea that we have the interior ceiling at the height of 8'6" on the second floor and sustain the current 9 feet of the height on the first floor. We modified the roof plan along with the window and door schedule that consists with new impact-resistant casement and single-hung windows. Here are some precedent studies to just show comparisons between homes that are near to the subject home, which is 2-story homes, elongated facade for the elevations, varied window placement, various roof pitches to achieve maximum interior ceiling heights, material usage, which in this case is horizontal lap siding. Also, we have a few other homes on Claremore that are 2-story homes with symmetrical window placement, alternating roof pitches, and a centralized entry. And we also have attributes of this home consisting of a second-story pop-up, symmetrical window placement, elongated first floor, a textured stucco finish, various roof pitches to achieve interior ceiling heights, and material usage, which is the horizontal lap siding at the addition. Here I've attached the streetscape, including the home to the immediate left being the same home from the president's study of the neighborhood as well as from the streetscape. The subject's home is not scaled proportionately to the adjacent homes on the street, not only scaled proportionally, excuse me, but it also carries many of the characteristics of the neighborhood, thus making it a fit right in. The home is currently standing and proposed color rendering of the future possibility of the home. The addition respects the and enhances the aesthetic continuity of the neighborhood while meeting modern needs of the future. We feel the design criteria for the lot size along with the design considerations made will make this addition a good fit for the home, and it meshes well into the neighborhood as well. I also have the homeowner here to speak on behalf of some of the conditions that the staff has recommended.
Good evening, everyone. Excuse me. Hi, my name's Austin. Some of the conditions were shared with me that I just wanted to speak to. I guess the first one was pushing the second story past the ridge line. Just to clarify, does that mean the very top ridge line, I'm guessing, as opposed to like the front gable ridge line? Okay. One of the very first conversations that we had with a contractor was around where do we put, a second story. And he basically said, listen, the easiest and most affordable approach for you is going to be knock down the trees in the back, put it back there, don't disrupt the structure. And as much as I appreciate that and as much as my budget would, we just ended up playing around with a different handful of options, which it didn't really feel appropriate. So if we were to put it all the way in the back of the property, we'd have to remove quite a large banyan tree. It doesn't really do it justice until you see it. If you look on Google Maps, it's huge. There's also an adjacent mango tree, so we'd have to remove or cut back significantly the mango tree, remove the banyan tree. And then our neighbors, who are very nice to the south, east, and west, I don't think that they would appreciate that. They have beautiful homes, really nice backyards, and we'd be looking directly into their backyards, and they would see a large wall. So the other alternative would be to sort of find a place in between where it is now and the very back. And just given the size of the second story, you'd end up almost having to start at the ridgeline, a wall, and with a 512 pitch, I haven't done the exact math, but you're talking about a very, I guess, a small part of the second story wall that you would see. And the further you would move that back, it would kind of look like a ramp into the sky. So there's a bunch of look considerations that we considered. And when I discussed the house and our interest of putting a second story, my neighbor to the west of me, he said, oh yeah, why don't you do what 823 Claremore did across the street? We've only been there for 6 months, so I didn't really know about the history. But if you look on Google Street View, you'll see 823 Claremore has second story structure. It's actually not recessed back at all. There's a little bit of a balcony, but it's flush with the front. And that was done during COVID, so not too long ago. And if you look at, I don't know, pre-COVID on the Google Street View history, you'll see that the house looked quite different. It was a single-story structure. So I'll stop talking. I'm not really sure how this works. Are there any questions, I guess, for the placement of the second story before I guess, touch on a couple other of the asks?
No, thank you.
Okay.
It does look that 823 Claremore was non-contributing to begin with. So that gives you a lot more flexibility than when you have a contributing structure.
Okay. Yeah, the neighbor said, hey, you can do what they did. So we also thought that by not putting it on the front of the home and recessing it roughly 5 feet, we're able to preserve that really like character defining feature of those side gables. That really what draws people attention. If you look at the angle view in the rendering there, those side gables are, I don't know, I think really nice, and we're able to preserve those, and the second story sits sort of like nicely between them in the design. So those are my thoughts in terms of the second story. The other thing that caught my attention, I haven't been able to review and digest all the conditions, but was wood windows. It's sort of like a Frankenstein house over the years. There's some original wood windows from like 100 years ago. There's some other like metal windows. You can see the jalousie or jalousie, I don't know what they're called, on the left side of the front of the home. And we would kindly ask for the ability to do aluminum or metal windows throughout the home. I believe the house to the east of us, which just was renovated, has that, and also from an affordability standpoint. I think that's it.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant?
With the latest spell of cold weather, are you going to reconsider retaining the chimney?
Yeah, we're open to that. I don't think we would use it, but yeah, I think we just have to double check some of the measurements, because in that attempt to push the second story to the front of the gable to retain that look, just have to make sure like where that chimney would fit. It might be, I think we might be able to do it. We'd have to double check the measurements though.
And you said you did study alternate locations for the addition?
For the second story?
Yes.
Yeah. All the way back, and then variations between where it is now, and then you just either start to encroach on the privacy, you remove the trees, which is the most extreme version, or you end up with this like ramp-looking scenario, which the non-conforming house that you mentioned kind of has elements of that. So we thought the nicest look would be what we have. I'm sorry? Yeah, to recess it to 5 or 6 feet.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
It's me again. All right. Okay, HPB case number 24-108 for additional alteration at 808 Claremore. Ashley went over the request pretty well. In summary, it's a second-story addition of 886 square feet above a portion of the existing 1,228 square foot contributing structure, and in addition to the rear of the existing structure of 623 square feet. Here we have the survey, which shows the existing footprint of the home. And then we have juxtaposed site plans, which shows the existing single-family residence, as well as the addition in the rear. Here we have the proposed front elevations. To the north, proposed side elevation on the west, proposed rear elevation in the south, and proposed side elevation in the east. And staff is recommending approval of the request with conditions as stated before. So it'll be the chimney cannot be demolished as it should be integrated into the new design. The applicant did speak on that. The second story addition shall be recessed behind the ridge line of the roof. Proposed sliding glass door shall be replaced with an acceptable alternative. Wood features such as siding and outlookers cannot be replaced without sufficient documentation to prove that the replacement is required, and restoration is not an option. 5, the front walkway from the door to sidewalk shall be eliminated, and for the windows, all the windows facing the street shall be made of clear glass. Window frame shall be of wood only, and window sections, elevations, and mutton details need to be provided for the permit, essentially. And the request meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, as well as Section 94-49C4, which include the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. Thank you.
Any questions of staff?
I have a clarification. The window frames that you're saying have to be wood, is that just for the windows that are replaced in the front or the entire house?
Windows.
Any new window, regardless of the elevation?
For the new proposal, yes.
Any further questions of staff? Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this case? Okay, we'll go into executive session.
I think that staff did a very good job with the recommendations. It seems like a really thoughtful recommendation in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards. I do agree that based on projects like this that we've approved in the past, that they're pushed further back than this one is. And I can appreciate the gables at the side. I'm not convinced that it can't be pushed back further, even taking into account like the tree. It's just that two-story mass is sitting so close on top of the existing structure. I don't know that you could say that that could be easily removed in the future. And that's my, my primary concern, which staff has addressed with their comments.
I don't know, the location is just a non-starter for me. And I don't know if conditions are sufficient enough to address the concerns that I have with the proposed location. Just on the actual contributing structure and then how it impacts the surrounding properties.
I'm in alignment with our chairwoman that right now the proposed location is kind of a non-starter, and the conditions I think are vast enough that I think we should defer it to see the some alternates that they can show us so that we can deliberate on other options and maybe find some happy medium to save the tree, but while the trees are very important, the retention of the contributing structure for us is paramount importance. And You know, you seem like a very smart man, so you've already gone through all of the qualifying options, but we just need to see some where that scissor, the stair turns the other direction and that addition goes towards the rear. Also, just, Kristen, you might have noticed from the demo plan to the actual site plan, there's like a lot of new walls and blocking of windows and new window openings that is kind of catch the amount of demolition and changes to openings is, I think, a little bit more than the demo plan shows. Just a heads up, so I'd want some more clarification for next month on what's new and what's existing to remain. I don't know how others feel on the location of the second floor, though, but I'm with our chairwoman.
And there's a lot of room on the site for an alternate location for the addition. Like, that's fine to have two-story massing, but there's a lot of space to work with. I'm sorry, we're in executive session, so there's no more participation.
Is there any opportunity to give like one more bit of context to the?
No, thank you. So do you feel that's sufficient? So you want to see a couple two, three?
I say we defer the item to address staff's recommendation that the addition is conditions 1 and 2.
Okay.
That.
See what that looks like and then go from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
Yeah, I feel like staff did a good job with what needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed before it comes back to us.
Okay.
So I will make a motion to continue case number 24-108 for 808 Claremore Drive to next month's Historic Preservation Board meeting. Can I get a date certain for that meeting?
2/25.
2/25. Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Our next case is 24-113, 409 27th Street.
Hi, everyone. So we've heard a project that's very similar to this, which is enclosing a carport. And the main idea is to increase the house and add a bathroom and pretty much a master bedroom to the house, which is currently 2 bedroom and 1 bath. So I'm such a Mac person. Trying to move a slide here.
Is there a little slider on it?
Oh, there we go.
On the mouse, yeah.
So this is This is pretty much the existing and the demo plan of what we want to do right now. The property has an unpermitted structure in the back, which is the toilet and all the laundry area over there, which we definitely want to upgrade. And the idea is to add 220 square feet and maintain the footprint of the house, because currently it has the roof, the existing carport is designed as an integral part of the house and under the same roof. So the key focus was to come up with an energy efficient design, reducing operation cost and lowering the environmental impact by maintaining the footprint of the house and not touching the roof, which is relatively new. We also wanted to maintain the backyard because we do want to have an exterior plan. We're working on it. We do want to improve the backyard with a pool and an outdoor barbecue, but this is still in the making, which is why we figured this would be ideal and easy and very efficient design to do. We are suggesting, as we learned here and talking to service development, that there is a certain look that historical want to maintain, and this is our first project here in the neighborhood, and we definitely want to, comply with what's necessary. So we came up with a suggestion here to, this is the exterior plan. I'm just going to move forward to add, once we enclose the carport, as you can see here, to add an addition porch that would look very similar to what we see in the existing here. So basically bringing this section over here, those posts, and creating a porch that would maintain a similar look to what it is right now. If I'm going to go back to those slides here, this is something important. How do I make it bigger? This is the survey. And the front setback that we have is almost 36 feet. That is large enough to accommodate 2 cars and a motorcycle, and also maintains some area for landscaping. And we created this rendering that shows how it's going to look. The driveway that you see over here is about 35 feet long. Those are the elevations. So the look of the house will be the same. And it's going to be symmetrical with if you look at the south elevation, we kind of want to make it very symmetrical and pretty. So those are the elevation of the house. We learned that we must comply with the window codes to be either fixed or casement. We also spoke with service development that suggested that there will be white, even though the entire neighborhood has black and bronze windows. But we're totally okay with that if there's no other choice. So we will have fixed casement and 1 single hung window. We've updated this. And this is the future plan. This is an overview exterior plan to show the 35 feet driveway, the symmetry of the house, adding that porch, but not going into the backyard, because the backyard is what we find the nicest thing of this property. And as we mentioned, we do want to improve the backyard as well in the future. That's pretty much it. Anything missing or you want to see? Because I do have some files, and we submitted the sign and seal plan already. Most of it has been approved by Building and Safety. It's just that we have to maintain a certain look as we learn, and we suggested to, instead of putting it in the back of the house, just adding it in the front, because the front piece of land is pretty big, and we can still maintain a very large driveway to accommodate enough parking for the size of the house and what it accommodates.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant?
Yes, just to clarify the window, what you need to do, or what we request, is that all the windows have to be, if you want to change windows, need to be changed like by like. So if there is a casement window, you need to you can replace it with a casement window, but not with a fixed window. If there is a fixed window, you have to replace it with a fixed window. So no sliding windows, and needs to be like by like.
And
Also-
we're okay with that, yeah.
Okay. Also, if a window is divided in lights, you need to maintain the divisions. Also, there are 6 conditions of approval from staff. Are you aware of that, and are you familiar with those or no?
I am familiar with that. The only one thing that is pretty much changing the whole scope of work and the cost and the simple, efficient design is one of the things they suggested is to actually resist the conversion, because we do want to add 220 square feet in order to accommodate a good sized room and a bathroom. So instead of doing that, we're suggesting to maintain the same look that you guys are requesting, and by bringing it to the front because we can accommodate it. And if you look at the top view, it will maintain a symmetry because there's enough space in the front if we look at the survey to look at all the setback. I can go back to that slide if you would like, which is this one. So this is it. You see we have 34.9 going from the front of the house all the way down. So we basically want to add that front look to be exactly the same as it is right now, yet maintaining that 220 square feet and keeping the same roof as is, not touching it, making it very simple. And again, the key is efficiency and less environmental impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Should I keep it there?
Ana Maria Ponte. So I want to show you where this house is located. This is within the Old Norwood district, but it is within the Curry mixed-use district. So it's a historic district, but in zoning-wise, is within the Curry mixed-use district, Edge district. So it has a designation that is not properly a single-family designation, but is within the Old Norwood Historic District. It's a contributing structure. It's a masonry vernacular built in 1955. So the applicant explained already what they want to do with the addition. So I'm gonna go over the conditions. The proposed enclosure complies with the zoning and land development regulations. Staff main concern about this is basically the enclosure of the carport. In this particular case, we believe it changes substantially the designing features of the structure due to the existence of that little porch for the entrance. So we just review another approval that was enclosing the carport, but it's a little different because the front elevation is flush. So in that case, we're recommending enclosure with a minimal recess to delineate the old existence of the carport. In this particular design is a little bit different, and that's why the recommendation by staff is that the carport be enclosed, but only to be aligned with the existing wall of the porch for the entrance. That is the reason. We were suggesting just moving it back. That we understand requires the applicant to do an addition on the back that they were not contemplating. So the option could be just do a smaller addition and just maintain the addition just to the area under the carport. Instead of expanding it, it will be less square footage, yes, but that's an alternative, not to incur in the cost of the additional for the addition on the back that will require roof, foundation, and all that all those implications. So staff, based on those, if they do, we recommend approval with the condition that the carport is basically recessed to the main door. Then they have already mentioned that they are okay with the rest of the conditions of approval. That concludes the staff presentation.
Any questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Do you have any public comment? Okay, we'll go into executive session. Not all carport enclosures are created equal. Yeah. I think that's a good solution, though. Any discussion on the conditions? Is everybody in agreement with staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number, is this 24-113?
Yeah.
For additions in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10. The conditions include the following. The infill wall on the main facade shall be recessed to match the main wall plane of the house with a stucco score line to identify the change. Number 2, if an addition is proposed on the rear side, the applicant shall submit revised drawings to staff for review before building permit. Number 3, if the bathroom remains in the proposed location, window number 1 shall match window number 9. If the bathroom is relocated, window number 1 shall match window number 7. Number 4, all windows shall be fixed casement or paired casement, depending on the window size to match the existing configuration or as closely as possible. Window number 6 may remain as a single hung window. All frames shall be white. Number 5, the sliding door in the living room shall be replaced by a paired French door with a single French door or a full-length glass panel. And number 6, at least 2 feet of driveway shall be removed adjacent to the infill carport and replaced with landscaping.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Approved. Thank you. Our next case is 24-116, 3700 South Olive Avenue.
You will have to open each of them. You will have to open each. You will have to open each of them.
Okay, I'll start the presentation with that.
You have to lower this and open.
Gotcha, thank you. Hello, my name is Tom Smith from Palm Beach Building Company. I'm here today to present and request and take on input on this. The proposal is to demo a non-contributing house at 3700 South Olive, just a couple blocks, as you know, north of Southern. So that's a corner lot that's non-contributing. So we want to demo that, and then if we can, I think I can zoom in, and build a structure that will incorporate and house all of the needs for this specific structure. Now, the structure itself is let me give you a little data about it. The existing lot, the existing square footage is 1,379. The proposed structure would be 2,617. We have admittedly some work to do on the data, which Anne Marie has been helping us on, and getting it to where the FAR and the lot coverage meet historic design standards. And we can get there with the addition of a couple different bonus percentages that are allowed. For example, with the landscaping, better than normal or better than minimum landscaping plan, which we've incorporated that. There are some procedural things that we have to get to the point where it's approved by the landscaping department, but that's also in the works. So the design, let me just see if I can, I don't know how to zoom in. Is there a zoom feature here? I don't know as if there is. Oh, thank you. Yes, thanks. And I can, and then scroll down. Okay, so this is Olive here. So the entrance is from Olive to, going east. It's not off of, and Linton is along this street, which we apparently is not labeled. So the entrance is off of Olive, and this was approved by planning. We went through some procedures to get this approved. The structure of the house is, I'll get to the structure. I don't want to miss any points on the interior design. So the one point I would like to make about this with the street design along Linton is there are some two-story structures. Ours is a two-story structure. So it is comparable and it is contextual to the other two stories. We have a couple large houses, and I'll zoom in so you can get the address for reference. There are a couple, I use the term mass, which is going to come up in this conversation, but there are some houses with mass along the street, which
which that's going to be a feature. I'm building up the suspense to show you the rendering. So I think the next step is is showing you the rendering and hopefully
It's been denied.
not get too many gasps. And I'll show you the reason behind what we need to do here. So this is a view looking east from Olive, rather. So we tried to incorporate the designs, and that is, you know, I hesitate to use the word any clean design. I think the people defer to the word of contemporary, but that's kind of limiting. So obviously the goal with the Historic Preservation Board is to incorporate and pay homage to architectural designs that are historic and accepted, you know, in context of the neighborhood. So that's the challenge in having a house that is potentially, and I don't know what other term to use, but if it's a two-story, to incorporate these elements. And that's something we're certainly open to incorporating more. Now, here we go. So the design of the house, the nature of the house is it's not block, it's not a framed house, it's not a block house, it's a sit panel construction. So the goal of our houses is to build highly energy efficient houses with renewable resources. Some of the components are obviously solar panels, other components are whole house battery systems. We're getting away from the need to have generators in storms, and there's a point now with production of lithium phosphate batteries and saltwater batteries, which is not aptly named sodium hydroxide. So there's a production element in the world, so the cost of those batteries are coming down, and it's really a whole house substitute for generators, which is kind of exciting because generators are mechanical, they take propane, you know, they take natural gas. So the overall goal of our houses is to provide a renewable resource that has a low cost of living. So the design is not contemporary. The design is demanded by a large surface area to hold solar panels. The other thing, interesting fact, is that 70% of insurance claims in a hurricane go to roofs, 70%. So if we can eliminate that liability exposure to insurance, I think maybe some of you are familiar with this move to outlaw asphalt shingles in Florida, which the insurance companies are trying to eliminate that. So this ability to have a flat roof and not to have that risk exposure for insurance is very practical. So there's a lot of practical elements in this. So we've tried to incorporate mission elements into this. Let's see if I can get a better, don't want to scroll too quickly, I can get a better side view from Linton. This is looking north. I don't know if you're familiar with the area, but there's an old gas station there, so that is contributing. And this is also now there's a balcony here. Let me switch over to a plan view. Let me see. So yeah, I mean, just to summarize, we do have some work to do on our analysis, our zoning analysis table, and to meet the FARs. I feel confident we can do that with very minimal changes to the house. The house does, I mean, I'm gonna address the elephant in the room, so to speak. It's not a joke, but the mass of the house. So we do have that, but we're trying to diminish that aspect of there. We do have some similar houses on Linton that can be compared to, but I want, obviously the goal is to not see that. And in defense of, corner lots are tough, right? Because you don't have one 50-foot wide view to judge, you have two. So they're at a natural disadvantage because they're both, if you had a 50-foot wide lot and you put a house on, you could do a beautiful front exposure that could really somehow fit into what you need with very little elements. Now you have two, so you have basically double the area that you have to incorporate into the neighborhood. So, I'm making excuses for it, but let me see. Let's see if we can open up the other. I'll just, before I leave this one, I'll make sure I get all the views. Okay, here's the back view with the pool and the patios on the back. Now, if you notice, we tried to do some balconies and doors and patios to incorporate that design with the shutters, with the Bahama shutters. There we go. This would be looking on Linton, looking south. I'll scroll up slowly through these, and then I'll open up another document. I think the visuals are important, and why we are trying to do this is important. I'll jump over to the landscape plan. I wanted to speak very briefly. I lost track of my time, but I want to speak briefly about the type of construction. Let me open up the landscape plan briefly. We had the site plan, that was the elevations, and I believe this is it. Okay. So part of which we would like to do, and maybe there's a separate review for this, is a really nice, better than minimum landscape plan. There was this is my own personal concern, and I don't want to alert, but there's a visual, I guess, a triangle here that possibly we would have to eliminate or move this tree, which is a silver buttonwood, I believe. So what are the nature? Let me go to the structure of the house. So this is there's no wood in the house. There's no masonry. It's a carbon neutral home where the impact of the building materials is greatly valued. So we're trying to get a LEED certificate on this. This would be also to, frankly, get a lot of benefits that are given through tax rebates and tax credits. So this is the walls of this home. They're structurally insulated panels. They're heavy gauge steel, meaning better than 18 gauge, but ours are 16 gauge panels, and they're coated with, or they're sided with magnesium board on the inside and the outside. So the paneling or the sheathing for the exterior and the sheathing for the interior is magnesium board, which is an exciting product. I don't want to go too much into that, but it's a very exciting product, and it's taking place of plywood. So there's no wood on the inside, there's no drywall on the inside, and it's hydroscopic. It doesn't absorb water. It's has all the advantages for it's hypoallergenic. It has all of the advantages, many advantages over drywall. So that is a huge feature. So every component of the building is adding to the longevity of the building and the health of the building. So we tackle things like air quality, which are, all of these things sound like they're expensive and they're for high-end homes, but they're not. If you just design a house that you think through all of the aspects, and you can never say, we're building this just because it's the easy thing to do. It's what every other contractor is doing. So that's the real target. We're trying to do things from the ground up, which I think we've succeeded, or we will succeed in doing that. And magnesium board is just a fascinating product to get into. But all of these components, in addition to like a rainwater cistern to collect rainwater, 500-gallon tank, to collect the rainwater so we don't have to use the city water. Rainwater, surprise, surprise, is much better than city water plants. So that's the purpose of it, and those are some of the components of it. A self-sustaining home that is energy efficient, and is really the dream is to have no energy bill, which is very possible now. It's very possible because of the vector of the price and the availability of solar panels and lithium-ion batteries and sodium hydroxide batteries. So it's an interesting time right now. And all of this sounds complicated and high-tech, but it really isn't. It's really building a house from the ground up that is self-sustaining, that doesn't need to have a high cost of ownership. Because when it comes down to it, if we can make a house where the risk exposure to the insurance companies is, they have no reason to charge, we eliminate the roof out of the picture, then it's really a win-win. It's a mid-luxury home in an area, but everybody is concerned about their monthly expenses. I mean, you really can't get away with that. And so what do? You aggressively tackle that. What are those exposures to the insurance companies? Why are they charging so much? So let me get to the visuals more, so I want to cover all the bases. And then I'll be quiet and take questions. So we'll just run through. I don't believe if that's, nope. I don't need to, I think that's it. Is there any questions I can ask or I can answer? If I missed any major areas? Okay.
Questions of the applicant? Have you been in contact with staff? Do you understand some of their concerns about the proposal?
Yes, I have. Yeah, there are some shortcomings on the data and what I can do with the FAR and the lot coverage, obviously. And then the big one is the design features. I mean, that's obviously the main concern. The staff has a job to do, and I'm trying to fit a structure into that. So there is definitely some concerns. I believe we can get to that point. I believe we can eventually get to the point where the staff is satisfied and we can get there. I'm very interested in input from the board, though. That's extremely valuable to me.
Have you done any research on the surrounding properties and what's appropriate for the historic district?
Yes, I have. It's probably like any neighborhood when the historical standards are being put in place in order to more focus the designs. There's always, I mean, the easy thing for me to say is kind of a hodgepodge neighborhood, which it is, but that doesn't make, the necessity of the design going forward. I mean, I understand that's the goal. So it is, as I believe, components of the mission style elements that we have to increase. We have to emphasize that more. There is, back to my point though, there are 2 stories there. There are houses of mass along that street. But if I do believe in aesthetics, I think we can hit that point. We can hit that point with input. I believe we can get there.
Mr. Smith, I'm very familiar with the construction aspects of what you're presenting, but there's a total disconnect with that, with other aspects of the building, historical area, that I think staff has pointed out. And I think what you're trying to build is a great idea, but I don't think it's conforming in other ways.
You're saying it's a total non-starter then, that building, that design, or you don't think that it can be reached or some?
I didn't say that. I think what you're trying to build from a construction point of view is something I'm familiar with and very good. Yeah. But I'm not sure that it's marrying other comments from staff to put those 2 together and make this viable.
This also reads more Dutch colonial to me than mission. I don't know if anyone else is getting that.
And there's aspects of it that look very
No,
contemporary
or
that don't belong.
It's like a contemporary, it doesn't feel like a mission revival.
You've got balconies that look, they belong on a modern home, and they don't really marry, to me.
And I think overall you just have to look at the massing. It's very boxy. I mean, that's a very telling image right there.
Okay.
So I think we'll go forward with staff's presentation, and then we'll have perhaps some further direction for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are familiar with the location of the property. This property is within the Central Park Historic District. The existing house is a non-contributed, built in 1960, so the applicant is requesting for the demolition. The zoning designation is multifamily 20 in context 1. So the applicant already explained what he's proposing. In terms of staff analysis, our main comment is the proposed house does not comply at this point with lot coverage and FAR. They're exceeding the FAR and the lot coverage. They have requested and one of the exemptions due to additional landscape, but landscape drawings were not submitted with the application, so staff has not have the opportunity to even verify that. So there are some exemptions that they may be able to apply, but we cannot confirm that. It's substantially exceeding those, so we don't think they will be able to reach the square footage that they are proposing right now. So that will have to be rethought and redesigned. In addition, I mean, there's another element that is not compliance is the location of the front-loaded garage on the main facade. They are proposing the garage on South Olive, which is considered the main facade because it's the narrowest frontage. The requirement if a garage is proposed on the main facade is 10 feet setback from the main wall of the facade. The applicant is just proposing a 4 feet in this case, so it's not in compliance. And the building height was not provided, so we cannot verify that the height proposed is in compliance with the requirements. So there's a lot of unknowns at this point. Staff also has considerations for the proposed design. We don't think it's appropriate for the context. The surrounding buildings are primarily mission revival, and elements from this site should be incorporated into the new design. The roof line, the materials, the window proportions of solids and voids. Definitely the garage relocation. We think it should be moved to Linton Court as a corner property. That will be more appropriate. And basically staff is recommending a complete redesign of this proposal. That concludes the staff presentation. We believe it does not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards, number 9 specifically, and does not comply with certain standards from Section 9449 for additional criteria, specifically 1, 2, number 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you.
I had a quick question.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Sorry.
go ahead.
It appeared that the roof was going to be utilized as living space. Is that correct? And if so, is that within code? Did you comment on that for them so they know when they go to redesign?
It's not prohibited, but we have had some discussions in the past about how appropriate it is depending on the architectural style. So in this case, I mean, it's more the design elements of the house. They have a stair on the rear elevation with continuous railing. We don't think that's appropriate for the context. So.
Okay.
Do you have any public comment on this case? Okay, we'll go into executive session.
So if I were ever to, I've been doing this, quite a long time, and a lot of us have. If I was ever going to want to turn my design into reality and get someone that's clearly very knowledgeable with the construction, I would certainly turn to Mr. Smith. That said, I think it's important when someone is going to develop a lot that within their pro forma, that is always the number of bedrooms and the square footage and what I can get, that knowing the location is of paramount importance, and whether it's a contributing structure or not contributing, whether you're in a historic district or not in a historic district, whether there's design standards or can I go just straight to permit matter. And when you are within a historic district, I think it's absolutely imperative to have a project architect on board. And I know that in some municipalities, that is actually a requirement in the design review phase, and I'm not at all trying to insult Mr. Smith, and please don't take that I am. But I think that this project, while it clearly advances construction and to a certain extent sustainability, there's just fundamental flaws that haven't even been contemplated. And the failure to meet all 9 of the compatibility standards for new construction is something I haven't seen an application do. And I just think this is a complete non-starter for me.
I agree.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I'm in agreement. I would recommend working with an architect because this project has a lot that needs to happen to it to make it appropriate for a historic district. And I think that that is your best avenue, is to work with someone who can help you get it there. And you can go back and forth between what you need from a standpoint of what you're trying to build here and the sustainability components with what actually is appropriate for where you're building. Just trying to make sure I have the right case number. Is it? Oh, I was just looking for the case number. I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 24-116 for new construction. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the staff report that constitutes competent substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfies the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations, specifically all of the standards.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Unfortunately, your case is denied. Thank you. Our next case is 24-111, 409 45th Street.
Good evening. I'm Viviana Vicente with NRH Homes, the applicant. Today we are requesting the construction of a new construction one-story single-family residence with a total of 1,335 square foot. This is, so in this presentation we'll be mainly focusing on the comments made by staff considering our setbacks, floor plan, meet the requirements of the historic single-family context 4 of the Northwood Harbor. This property has a Spanish cottage on the back that we are not requesting any modifications besides removing the kitchen so that we meet the requirement of 1 kitchen per lot. One of the comments by staff was the garage on the main facade, meeting the context requirements. Now, in the lots 5 and 6, this design was inspired by houses in the street ahead north in 4705 North Flagler Drive, which a similar design with the garage and the facade. Considering we have the cottage on the back side and limited access, that's why the garage in our design it's shown on the front. Another comment was this roof material, which we've chosen for lots 5 and 6, shingle to match the cottage, the existing cottage on the rear. These are 2 houses that NRH Homes has built in the past, also in historic districts in Lake Worth, and this is more or less what our design inspiration would also come from. The coloring, the roof, and the design to match the historic district as well. And this is the inspiration we've collected from the Northwood Harbor district itself, grabbing colors, setbacks, design, roof shape, and the overall context of this particular lot. Again, our setbacks, square foot, lot coverage, FAR meet the requirements of the context 4. So since we've been in contact with staff, the main concern was matching the design of the exterior design of the historic district. So that's really where we're trying to present the inspiration and how we're trying to match colors and the garage, cottage, and roof design for this project. Is there any questions in regards to those items that I guess the staff mentioned, which is specifically the garage, the roof, and design in general of the exterior for lots 5 and 6?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
So for this case, Ana Maria Ponte, for the record, as it was mentioned, this property was recently subdivided in 2 lots. So the same applicant has lot 5 and 6, that is the north portion, and 7 and 8, that is the south portion of the districts. Both are within the same district. The north lot, the 5 and 6, as it was mentioned, it includes the cottage, is 509 square feet, is a frame vernacular style of architecture, and is a contributing structure within the Norwood Harbor Historic District. The little shed is proposed for demolition, but the house, the cottage is proposed to remain. They're not suggesting any changes to the cottage. Drawings were not included for any modifications to that. As it was mentioned, staff pointed out that that cottage right now, it's the main structure on the side, so it has a kitchen. Once they construct the new house, that cottage needs to be an accessory structure, so it cannot have an additional kitchen because it's only one unit allowed on the property. The zoning designation is single-family low density, District 4, Context 4. And that's one of the reasons why it's only one. It's low density, single family. The structure in general complies with the zoning and land development regulations, so it meets the setbacks requires, it meets the lot coverage and the FAR allowed on the property. So staff review the only element that does not really comply with the LDRs specifically is the location of the garage, as it is not provided or located the minimum 10 feet required setback from the main facade for the front-loaded garage. This case, this is the only option. If a garage was proposed in this location, for this structure, they will have to set it back 10 feet from the main facade to comply with the regulation. They already went through the approval of the project, so this is a proposed floor plan and elevations. In general, staff basically has concerns with the particular design of the house. The applicant has stated that the proposed design is inspired by the influence of the frame vernacular style, but staff considers, despite the selection of the style as appropriate because of the existing cottage, we don't think the execution it's up to standard. So we have concerns with elements like the roof line and the materials. It is some discrepancy between the narrative that the architect provided about the materials and the call-outs on the drawings. They say it's siding, but then the drawings show just stucco, so those elements need to be worked out. The same way, the proportions of the windows and the solid and voids on the elevations are not paired apart to the frame vernacular style, and needs to be further studied. We actually recommend that for the size of the house, a garage would not be proposed for this. It should work with just a driveway, or maybe that's an alternative that we have not discussed further, but it could be if they want to renovate the accessory structure and make that a garage, that may be an option. We have not seen any option for that, but that may be if they really want to have a cover garage structure. But in general, staff recommends a new construction be studied in conjunction with the existing cottage and its defining features, and basically the style be refined for the elements that are characteristics of the frame vernacular. As I say, they comply with the setbacks and the massing, and it's not a problem of the massing, but it's more like the details of the design of the style. Based on that, staff is recommending denial of this proposal because we don't consider that they meet the standards for Secretary of Interior standards, in particular number 9, as it is not appropriate for the context and it is specifically for the frame vernacular structure that exists on site. And also in terms of the additional standards, we don't consider the application meets with standard number 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. For the reasons that I already stated. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Any public comment on this project? Yes, yes, sir.
My name is Steve Brew.
Please come to a microphone, please. And state your name and address for the record, and then we will also need you to fill out a comment card once you're finished speaking. They're available in the anteroom there. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Brew. I live at 6169 Eaton Street, West Palm Beach. Okay, that's that. I was curious about this. I'm associated with the project, by the way, so the whole thing of frame vernacular. I've had real trouble with frame vernacular. I frankly had not even heard the phrase frame vernacular in my practice forever. But then I went and looked it up, and the essence of it is that, number one, it's a frame house. Now, if we're not frame houses, can we be frame vernacular? That would be number one. So I would say that, probably what we end up doing is becoming a masonry vernacular, which seems to be about the same, except for it's got no wood siding. It's got, the two styles they talk about are the most unadorned, unattractive buildings you can have, basically. That's how they started, that's their history. They were basically worker housing that people built themselves, and it was what it was. So I think we really need to take a change and say, okay, it's going to be a masonry vernacular, except for if we've got to tie it to that building in the back, which is framed.
Excuse me, sir. This is the city attorney's office. Are you associated with this project?
I am.
Okay, so are we in public comment? Okay, you're not giving public comment. You're arguing for your project. This is public comment.
I'm not public?
No, you're a part of the project.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
So you can finish, please, because we're done with your part of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's my comment basically on it,
Thank you.
The frame vernacular is just not right for this project because it's not frame.
Thank you. So no rebuttal then.
Well, if he wants to rebut his own public comment, he's welcome to.
Okay, so we'll go into executive session. I mean, there are ways to make a property look frame vernacular without it actually being a wood frame structure. Like hardy board. Is that something that we would entertain? Rather than it being actual wood? If they were to come back with a new proposal?
I mean, I think given the specific context, right, I don't want to take this conversation about hardy board out of context, but in this
Yes,
particular
in this
instance,
situation.
yes.
No? Maybe. Any direction that we want to give the applicant?
No, I was happy to, again, I have to give compliments to the content, to the staff on the contents of the memos as of late. They're just, the format, the thought, it's noticeable, it's appreciated, and it's admirable. And I was happy to see the shout out to No Garage for, craftsman houses, workers houses, shotgun houses, New Orleans, Lake Worth cottages, which they themselves was an inspiration. And when you see that elevation with the garage, it just completely brings down the quality of what they're trying to achieve by putting a feature that just is inappropriate to the program of the structure that they're trying to achieve. So again, I just wanted to give a little shout out to the staff on that.
James, I also want to echo the information that staff is providing. It's so informative and makes, for me, a much easier ability to absorb every project. Thank you.
I agree. And are the applicants provided this information? And if so, how far in advance? Are they getting this feedback in real time and then still moving forward with their proposal, or?
A little bit. I mean, like, they get a copy of the staff report at the same time that the board gets it, but we have met with them before trying to go over the comments. I think in this case, and I hope they don't take it wrong, we haven't, because I'm new at this, so I didn't have the opportunity to meet with them before they submit the application. Sure. So I think that worked against them.
Sure.
But we have the chance to talk with them, and as the application was not complete at the beginning, so I talked with them about some of the elements. And we discussed some of the elements, but it's late in the process already, so it was not time for them to really respond to any of our comments and change the design. So.
Sure.
Yes, yeah, they started with a previous staff member, so that's also, it has been kind of a little bit complicated, that part.
Yeah.
You know, it seemed to me that your findings are so insightful that if they got this information prior to presenting, they could probably make some corrections before coming before us.
Yeah, I think that's correct. If we have staff was to have the chance to meet with them before they submit, probably some of our concerns could be addressed. But in this case, it did not happen, so it's a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think just to say the overwhelming amount of work that our city staff is trying to deal with from really the historic backlog that they were gifted when they stepped into this position. I just want to recognize that. I know how hard our city staff are working to try to get us back up to speed, and I think that's part of it. The timing's not ideal, but they are working on processing these applications, which is, definitely a step in the right direction after, some of what we saw previously, without being too specific. I think we should encourage those pre-app meetings if we can.
Yeah. New software, new staff, new year, new opportunities. But this has been the healthiest agenda that we've seen, that I've seen in my time here. I mean, 10 new items. I don't think I've seen that in 4 years, 3.5 years I've been on the commission. So.
So any further direction? Would someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to continue this case to, I don't know if they need a month or 2 months, but at least to February 25 meeting.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, you wanted to follow staff's?
Opposed.
Do you want to state your reason for the record?
I would have followed staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay.
I'm okay with continuance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next case.
Sorry, I didn't hear the vote. How?
Yes, so it was a continuance. And we had one no.
Again. Lots 7 and 8 fall under the same category, same historic district, single family, low density, context 4. The only difference is the garage in this specific lot is not on Flagler. We don't have the cottage, but the comments from the staff were pretty much the same, related, again, setbacks meet the requirement, lot square footage and coverage. It's, again, the frame vernacular, very similar to lots 5 and 6. So, yeah, the presentation itself is the same, the inspiration is the same. So, as far as the comments, I would just fall under the staff's presentation as well, because Again, floor plan, everything does fall under the requirements. It's just about the design itself and the textures.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Okay, go ahead.
So for these lots 7 and 8, I mean, as we mentioned, the difference is that it's a corner lot, so the cottage does not, we don't have a cottage in this, the site is completely vacant at this point. So the proposed design complies with the LDRs in terms of setbacks and FAR. They are in compliance with all those. And the garage is not on the main facade, so it is appropriate to locate it on the side elevation. So that is not an issue on this one. Already, I mean, like, the applicant already went through the main proposal, so I'm not gonna go on that. But staff analysis is similar to the other house, but this one has actually some elements in terms of the roof line is important for this one. We don't think the double front gable is appropriate for this style in its configuration because it's like too narrow. That front entrance is definitely not, the proportions are not right. So I'm recommending to rethink this portion. And the materials and the solids and voids are also need some re-study to better reflect the frame vernacular elements. That's it. So we're recommending denial, but I think a continuance could be appropriate.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Any public comment? We'll go into executive session. Any discussion, or would someone like to make a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue the matter to the February 25th, 2025 meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Continued. Thank you. Our last item is a code revision case number 25-01.
What is this?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Historic Preservation Board. Thank you for your forbearance this evening for our last agenda item. My name is Leslie Olson. I'm principal with District Planning Group out of Fort Pierce, Florida. I am on the team for the CRA, who has found a great project to advance historic preservation in the city of West Palm Beach. We are the project planners on the team, and before you, when we get there, will be Bender and Associates firm out of Key West, a really good historic preservation architecture firm. We have extensive experience managing historic preservation programs and writing code. So this piece of the project seemed to make sense. I really want to thank staff for their collaboration, their coordination with the CRA and our development team on this project. This is definitely something that has been done as a group. The CRA is advancing a goal of the city to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city of West Palm Beach, while also advancing the goal of historic preservation. They have identified a single parcel with 5 contributing historic shotgun houses. So they're all primary structures. None of these are accessory. They're all primary, right? So what are the chances that you would find that you would need to regulate for that in the code, to give the Historic Preservation Board the opportunity to provide special exceptions for a single parcel with multiple primary historic properties on it that don't meet the requirements of the code, if, say, you would like to subdivide them so that you can increase the supply of fee simple affordable housing in the city to allow individual homeowners who home buyers, future home buyers who can't afford to live in these beautiful historic districts, to buy a contributing historic structure, fee simple. Well, you can't do it under the existing code because the existing code only gives you the authority to grant special exceptions for new construction or for new additions. So it's simply silent in the code when it comes to the idea of subdividing an existing single lot with multiple primary historic structures on it. So we've worked with staff and we have proposed the text amendment before you this evening. It is very, very narrowly drafted so that it does not open up the floodgates to fill this boardroom, these chambers with people who want to subdivide their accessory structure off from their single-family home or something like that. Chris has a great presentation. I'm not going to go into detail, but I am available for questions if you have any. But that is the summary of what we are trying to accomplish for the CRA, to meet that goal of increasing the supply of fee simple affordable housing while advancing historic preservation goals. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have a question, but maybe it's for staff. Are you here I didn't think we review ordinances, so are we just here recommending or transmitting, or you want feedback?
I'm simply here because I was asked to be here.
As a courtesy, you're showing this to us?
Yes.
So the Historic Preservation Board would be making a recommendation of approval or denial or any conditions or changes to the language that is proposed, as this will then go forward to the Planning Board and then City Commission for ultimate adoption. So you are making a recommendation that will be heard or seen by the City Commission.
And are you asking them to do that tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chris Kimmerly, Senior Urban Designer. This is for Code Revision Case 2501. This is, again, as Leslie had mentioned, a request by Leslie Olson of the District Planning Group on behalf of Gina Baker and the City of West Palm Beach's CRA for code revisions specifically to Chapter 94, Article 3, and Section 9485, which is to special exception standards for historic districts. This code change has been tailored a little bit to be very specific to the Northwest Neighborhood District, as well as the Downtown Master Plan, and as you'll hear shortly, specifically shotgun houses. So the CRA-owned property that prompted the code revision before you is 610 Douglas Avenue. Currently, the zoning is the NWD RC1, or Residential Context 1 zoning. It has 6 contributing structures within the Northwest. The lot is just about 7,000 square feet, and the current density, again, is 6 dwelling units. Each of those are about 560 square feet, and that includes the porch portion there in front of them. As the property exists today, there are several legal nonconformities that are present due to, again, the historic nature of the property. Currently, this property exceeds the max density permitted within the Northwest Neighborhood District, and that is 14 dwelling units an acre. So given the size of this lot, if this was a blank slate, you could build 2 units today. So the 6 that are there currently would be nonconforming. Again, due to the nature of what is there, this does exceed the maximum lot coverage permitted within this district, which is 30%. And this project here comes in about 48%. And again, in terms of front setbacks and side setbacks, given the nature of the gabled front porches and the buildings themselves, how they're oriented on the site, they do not comply with the front setbacks as well. And one of the constraints here is that between each of those buildings, you have about 5.5 to 6 feet. So should there ever be a subdivision, they would not comply with the side interior setbacks. Because of this, And due to these constraints, a subdivision utilizing today's code would not be permitted, and so that is why this code revision is before you today. So the goals and objectives of this code revision are threefold here. So the first one is obviously to rehabilitate these 6 historic contributing structures in compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards. The goal then would be to allow for the mechanisms which would facilitate the subdivision of each of these shotgun houses into smaller lots than what is permitted today. And again, giving that authority to you, the Historic Preservation Board, to hear cases like this where we may have, multiple primary contributing structures, specifically shotgun houses, that are looking to subdivide for the purposes of a fee simple ownership. Here is the actual language that is proposed. It was also included within the staff report. I won't try to get into it too much, but I will just say again that this basically allows, lots with multiple contributing historic structures to be subdivided. And when that subdivision results in nonconformities such as setbacks, lot area, and so forth, that gives then leniency and authority to you, the board, to hear that case and make those exceptions, should they be appropriate. And again, these would be the specific section here. So section 94-84, this is where you'll find the minimum lot dimensions, setbacks, height, things like that. Overall, staff does recommend approval with conditions for the Code Revision Case 2501, based on the findings that the proposed amendment does meet all the amendment standards found in section 94-32. Staff has included 2 specific conditions, the first of which is to specify the language a little bit more to identify shotgun houses as the architectural typology that is referenced, and as well as the historic Northwest neighborhood district, as this is the district that primarily has this shotgun house typology. And then the second condition is just to add additional language then to kind of define and clarify what a shotgun house is. So condition number one, you'll see here again, it's the same code that was just shown to you. That code there in the red is staff's conditional language, so just adding shotgun house and then historic Northwest to the references. And then in condition number 2, again, is just trying to define what a shotgun house means and how that would be applied. So there's that definition there as well. In terms of applicability outside of the 610 Douglas Avenue property, staff has found within the Northwest District at least 5 other parcels which have contributing structures which could potentially look at this as an option to subdivide. Again, these are all structures and lots with multiple primary contributing structures on them and of the shotgun house variety. And again, staff has provided a suggested motion as we do recommend approval with conditions, as it does meet all the zoning and land development regulations, Article 2, Section 94-32. Are there any other questions?
Any questions?
I have a few questions. What is the condition of them right now?
So there was a structural assessment done in 2018. I know that many of those structures are suffering some major disrepair. There's some that had collapsed roofs and things like that. So there are varying degrees, but I don't know if there's any additional information on that.
They are in very bad shape. That's the summary. So a little bit of background in this. This property, the CRA acquired this property, I believe, last year. Yes, I think last year. They have been trying to acquire the property for several years. The property was originally owned by an African-American owner traditionally in the neighborhood, and this person kind of gave the property to another developer to transform them into loft artist living, but that project never moved ahead. The developer didn't have the ability to move the project, so the CRA has been trying to acquire the property to be able to renovate it for several years. Finally, they were able to acquire it, and the intention is last year, they issue a notice of disposition to call for developers to partner with the CRA on renovating these structures. Neighborhood Renaissance, that is what Leslie represents, put a proposal and they offered to participate with the CRA, so they're partnering. Neighborhood Renaissance will basically renovate the structures and take care of putting them in the market and finding the affordable housing new owners.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Neighborhood Renaissance. Great programs. My concern with the condition of these homes, and we see this a lot, engineering letter would say we should probably condemn these and knock them down, right? I'm always concerned about throwing good money at bad things. Could this be, we've blown our budget to try to accomplish something? Is this our only option to provide, suitable housing? Have we looked at other things? I'm just looking at the condition. We got 6 of these. I have concerns.
I understand your concerns. We did an evaluation, a structural evaluation of the structures. They are in bad shape, but it's an important historic resource that I think they're worth to preserve. We don't have that many of those.
And I want to point out, we're not that's not what we're voting about. We're voting about the regulations.
That's
so
correct.
I think the rehab of these houses and what happens to them, there will come a discussion, but we're not having that discussion right now. We're just talking about the regulations that go in place to be able to make that happen. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
So that's what you're voting on today, not on these actual houses. These regulations could, as Chris just said, these regulations could apply to other places.
Mm-hmm.
Is this former Sticks project? Is that what it was called? No, that's a different one?
No, it's not. This
Wasn't that also, oh no, that was small businesses.
No, that is a Sticks project. That's not.
And is that still going forward?
What was the name? The name of this one?
I'm not sure what the name of this original project is, but the Sticks project is on 7th Street, and that has been completed, and those buildings are now in various stages of having their tenant operating in them.
Okay.
Those are primarily commercial in nature. And again, they've been approved. Those lots have been subdivided. They're actually a tangent shotgun house, so they're the double shotgun, so they're kind of offset from one another, so it's 2 buildings per lot. So this, the Sticks project would not apply under this code provision.
Okay. I was just trying to remember, because there's not that many shotguns left, and that's why this project is so important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So we were, as it was mentioned, it was kind of a creative, collaborative work between the staff and the applicant to find a way to move this project ahead with homeownership, because it was important that they were not rentals, and preserve the resource. So we suggested condominiums or other sources or other ways to be able to renovate the houses and still give them for homeownership, but not subdivide the lots. But based on their experience, they don't think it's viable because of the size of the structures, the customers that we're trying to reach. So the implications of a condominium require HOAs and other things that make it more difficult. So this was the best option, and that's why we're bringing it as a code amendment.
No, I think it's great. Any further questions? Would someone like to make a motion? The language is on the screen or in your packet.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board recommend approval for code revision case number 25-01 is listed in the staff report dated January 28, 2025. The motion is based on a determination that the testimony presented at this hearing, along with the application submitted in the staff report, constitute a preponderance of competent substantial evidence The Historic Preservation Board hereby makes finding of fact that the proposed code amendments satisfy all of the criteria and amendment standards found in the City of West Palm Beach's Zoning and Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Section 94-32. The staff recommends the following conditions for approval of the code revisions. 1, modify the proposed language slightly to specify that this exemption only applies to shotgun houses within the Northwest Historic District, as seen in attachment 2, staff language condition. This is to specifically tailor the language of the unique characteristics and context behind the shotgun houses' architectural typology. This also prevents the subdivision of lots containing multiple contributing primary structures that are larger in context of different architectural styles or site typology, or are more dense, thus preventing additional nonconformities. Add the addition of shotgun house within the zoning and land development regulations of section 94-86 historic residential district definitions. Shotgun house means a principal single-family residential structure, which is rectangular in shape, is no wider than 18 feet in width, typically features a gabled front porch with 2 means of entry/egress, front and back doors, with all interior rooms arranged in a linear orientation and connected sequentially by doorways or without hallways. This approval is made conditional upon the restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards listed in the Planning Division report dated January 28, 2025, that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning code and consistent with the downtown master plan and the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. This motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted, which constitutes competent substantial evidence that the standards in section 94-38 D6 have been met.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, approved. Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you
All
very
those in
much.
favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I missed your holiday.